bitches.
You better be asleep, Jargon. Get out of here. Also, hi, Hooded. You almost home? You better put your fucking phone away. Hooded, I don't want to see another message from you. Excuse me. Where's Mau Mau? Should I message him and ask, where are you? This poor boy. He's probably working, to be fair. I wonder... I don't wanna message him. I'm worried that, like, if he is driving, I don't want him to respond, so... Alright, so I'm lucky today because I can stream a little bit longer, even though this is not my usual streaming time. But unfortunately I won't be doing studies today. I know I've been slacking with my studies, but we don't have spoons for studies today, so we're just gonna be playing this cute as fuck game. I'll make this any smaller. Alright, another thing, I am currently load shedding. What is the command for it? Load shedded, I think? Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna pin this. So yeah, it might be a little bit slow. You home now? Okay, have you eaten today? What have you eaten? I know you were at college, but I don't know if you take something to eat with you. For me, it would almost be dinner time. Like, if I was in your time zone. But I eat a very early dinner. Still gonna bonk for slacking, but I understand. I have gotten a lot better at, what is it called? Delegating my spoons. Just a moment, I'm opening Twitch on my phone. I've gotten a lot better at delegating my spoons, because, yeah, otherwise that shit's tiring. There we go, alright. I'll be able to read chat on my phone until the power comes back. You had biryani? Oh my god, I haven't had biryani in years. I need to learn how to make it, to be fair. But that's tasty as fuck. Alright, let's go, let's go. I hope everything's working. I don't know. It looks fine, I guess. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. I moved my camera. So I might just have to scooch it for YouTuber streams, actually. Sorry. Because, yeah. I might just use my second webcam. Because I have a second one somewhere. If I use that for the VTubing, maybe. And then the other one for normal streams. I was like, why am I leaning to the side? This is fine. Okay. Yeah. So, I only played a little bit of this game yesterday, and I didn't play any of it today, because I was like, nah, son. Let's not, because I don't want to be running two saves, to be honest. But it was all I could think about when I got into bed last night. Alright. I don't know what we do about his hunger or his sleepiness. I know later on you can, like, blow your horn to make him sleepies. Planting crops requires water built air wells. Oh yes, that was one of the things I was doing last night, right? But I needed... Oh, I need stone? Can I just harvest... Wow, words. Harvest stone. Is that a thing that we can do? I don't know how much stone you get from each one, but it's fine. We'll smack some rocks and see what happens. Oh, are they happy? They made a little smiley face. Are they happy? Oh, they are happy? Oh, bless. I hope I can keep them all happy. Not Genshin? No. I thought... I'm pretty sure it's in the title of the stream, but also in the going live message. I could be very wrong, though. Pile of stones. Okay, so this is 3 each. Okay, so now he's gonna carry it there. He needed to go farm? Go lunch break? I'm not sure. See, now I thought that they would put the materials. Oh, it looks like there's too much wood already. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I think we'll have enough to start building these. I might... Oh, they're happy! Oh, I love that. The only way that they could make this better, and I hope someone's listening, is if they let you have, like... You know, like in Cult of the Lamb, there's that Twitch integration, and I could make them like my viewers. Oh, they have names! Eric! I can just rename... Oh my god. I can just rename them. There's Otis, the berry gatherer. There's just piles of berries laying on the floor. Where's everyone going? Is it because they're like harvesting and building and... And the little tents got different designs as well. I wonder if these people die, like if they get old and stuff. Pantry and a water tank. Okay, let's go. You know what? I think visually this is gonna be nice. So we'll build it over here. Hi Lulu, how are you? Star, Gertie, Audrey, Krista, Onfroy, Wiley. Who's this? Cosmo. Man, that's cute as hell. Okay, and then I also need a pantry. How about we put the pantry next to the berry farm? I think that would be cute as hell. So this has a storage full. Okay, so they're gonna stop like harvesting or producing or whatever when their storage is full. I wonder if I need more people. Guys, if there's anything wrong with the stream, if you could just let me know. For now, I have no power, but when I do have power again, yay! So I'm guessing that this produces the water, we make use of it, but also the excess will go into here. It's indestructible, but you can deconstruct it. I wonder how much we get back from it, like materials. Are we still need some stone? Shit, okay. This game is so cute, I can't get over it. Oh. Thank you Reddit for advertising this to me. How much? I still... oh, I maybe need some wood as well. So we can... I just feel bad, like, cutting down all the trees and stuff. Like, what if this is hurting my ombu? Because I don't want to do that. There's my little buddy. His name is Doodoo. You don't see anything wrong? You're good except riding out a panic attack? Like right now? Is anything I can do for you, Lulu? I know I struggle with panic attacks. I need like physical contact to break my attention. But there's a thing like someone taught me. I can't remember the numbers exactly, but even if you just do one, so one thing you can see, smell, taste, touch, hear. I don't know if that helps you, if it's something you've tried before, but it's a very good grounding technique. And then also putting your feet, like sitting on a chair, putting your feet flat on the ground in front of you. And then focus on the feeling of the ground under your feet. I'm sorry I can't do more to help. Alright, so now they're gonna store all the extra shit in there. The food into the pantry and the excess water into the water tank. Ah, they're happy! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, construct a research building and select kitchen. Research. I'm sure I can move things around as time goes on. We're gonna have like an entire civilization on those things back. So maybe for now it doesn't matter too much where things go. Okay, what do we need? Wood and stone. We maybe need some more stone. What is that? Is that a mushroom? And there's more berry bushes. The boy's getting sleepy. You don't like phone calls? Oh man. Jury duty. You got exempt? Nice. Sitting with a tub of ice cream and playing Final Fantasy? Hell yeah! Do what you need to do, yeah? Okay, well we're definitely not running out of food, I think. So my consumption is 32, my production currently is 46, so we're definitely fine for food. Construct a worker post. Employ at least 2 workers as carriers. Okay. 5 wood, 5 stone. Should be fine. They are harvesting things currently, so... Huh, so what were those mushrooms that I picked up? Oh, there they are. Mushroom to make ombu food. But did they actually harvest it? Because I don't see it anymore. Maybe someone ate it. Okay, now we just need the stone. This is fine. With your legs up, you're wrapped in an udi? What's an udi? What are those, Lulu? What are these? Ombu spike. Produces ombu trust? Hell no. We're gonna leave their little spiky spikes. Poor baby. Look at this big funky dude. He's on his way. Oh no! Nomads. People looking for a new home. Do we get to stop for them? It says employ at least 2. Did I employ? Is that what that means? There's 3. I don't know how many idle people I have, to be honest. Okay, I have 3 people there. Transporters, harvesters, or builders. Oh, interesting. Oh? Nomads! You encounter a small group of nomads looking for a new home, or you let them join your village? Yes. 2 healthy people joined your village. Hey, yo! Welcome! I don't know where they are, but welcome, new peepos. We have 18 peepos now. Have you not gone to bed? You were playing this game when I went to bed and you're still playing Chicken Wingers. I did. You know I did go to bed, but yeah. The timing is good though, but good morning / good afternoon. Best way to describe it, it's like a hoodie but in pajama form. It's fluffy and warm. Did you just send me a selfie? Ooh. Damn it. That looks fucking cozy as hell. Holy shit. Welcome back, Hooded. Alright. Let us have focus. What is this guy saying? Homeless? He doesn't have a home? Cancel. We'll just build some extra ones. I don't know how many we need, but it's okay. Okay, we're still researching. I can't add more people to this. This is fine. Let's see, what resources do we need? We're fine. Maybe we need more wood. I just hate it feels like I'm cutting down all the trees on this thing. Can you regrow trees? Not selfie, but a pic of it. It's so cozy. You get it in the largest size possible. Oh my gosh. Hell yeah. Super cozy. Alright, so I'm currently researching kitchen. I'm guessing the kitchen is so I can feed the Ombu. Oh, look at him. What a guy. I love the concept of this game so much. Oh my god, so the whole world is fucking massive, but I can only see basically what the Onbu can see, like around him. Oh my god. But how cute is it? He's got a little broken horn. Oh, poor baby. Must protect. Oh. So nice. I see. Today I had an hour at college to just chill and do nothing. To not do anything, sorry, I can't read. Decided to walk into my friend's math class and attended. What? Why? What a monstrosity in a good way. He's a big boy. Oh, I can see my resources in the top corner. I see. Perfect. That's a little bit easier. Okay, so we have loads of food. We're producing more than enough. There's mushrooms again. Let's get someone to harvest it and see what happens. Because last time I did that, I didn't see it go into the inventory. I don't know where it went. Humidity, temperature. There seems to be like a lot of mechanics. Onbu evacuated its bowels. He pooped. Did I miss the poop? Oh man. Man's dropped a load on the road. Not a single fuck was given. It looks like we're growing beets. We are. That's cute. Interesting. Did the mushrooms go into our inventory? No, I'm so confused. Click to disable storage. I'm not sure. Are people eating the mushrooms? I don't know how that works, I'm not gonna lie. This guy's idle. Oh, there it says there's idle people. I don't really know what else needs to be done, homies. I'm not gonna lie. Is anything else I can build? Stone cutter. Carpenter. Oh, I can plant and harvest mushrooms, but I need to do it on the brown bit. Let's see. Okay. So that makes sense. This would be a nice spot. Not for available land usage, but more just because it looks pretty. I see now. I think someone needs to come pick this up. Actually, come pick it up now! I've got so many idle bodies. Someone come pick this up. Come grab it for me, please. Because it's harshing my mellow. I see a lot of people walking around, but I don't see nobody picking this up. Hello? You? I can't just tell them to pick something up, this is fine. You like math? It was fun? No ways. The teacher's very sweet, she was happy that I wanted to attend. Oh, that's crazy. Do you have a top-down POV where we see the buildings in front of you? I mean... we can zoom in all the way. But it's like, it's 2D. Please. How do I get rid of this? Why? How do I make them? Oh! Hello. Village doctor. Does that mean I finished the other one? Does that mean I can build a kitchen? I can build a kitchen, I can build a kitchen, I can build a kitchen. Let us go, Mensa. We need stone slabs. Uh-oh. Does that mean we need... oh, what is that? Herbs? Okay, let's focus. Wait, I did see another... oh, there we go. Make slabs. Okay, we need one of these as well. Can someone pick this up, please? With tears in my eyes. I hope we run out of stone so someone goes and picks that up. Are they going to pick it up? Please. Because I want to build this. Hey, this guy pooped again. Or was that the old poop? No, that was the poop from before. We're good. Okay, so producing a lot, consuming not as much. Okay, we're good. Food-wise, I think we're okay. You posting sussy links? An EXE no less? Are you trying to hack people, Hooded? You should feel bad, just saying. Let's get some people to harvest. Almost spawned that way. This one here. Yeah, be good. Wow!
It's Brian.x, so it's my fault, not Hooded's.
Unbelievable. Brian, what are you doing? Look at the boy! I just hope he's happy. We have health, sleepiness, hunger, and poison level, but where's the happiness thing? I want to know that this little buddy is happy. How chill is the music though? I love it. Oh, we can make the slabs now. We need the slabs to make the kitchen. It says we have idle people, so let's see.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hi, Puppety. Shady Vitato is back. You know it. It's shady work running a nation on the back of a large creature. Oh, there's little trees under us. That's cute. So yes, I do need the shades. Whoa, Ombu feeding spots. Oh, the little buddy gets to eat because he likes mushrooms. Oh, that's cute, man. Does he decide where we go? We're looking not too bad for Wilder. I wonder if we should build another one of these. Hey, yo! No pot assigned. Let's make some pots. This should be fine for now. How is there still 3 people idle? There's work to be done. We're gonna leave the spikes. Because we don't want to make him sad. Look, there's his tail! Oh my goodness. And there's his little head! Well, I say little, but this guy could swallow these little villages and not even notice. Shady Tatey? Me? Could never. How you doing, Puppety? Guys, this game. Look at just look at the little houses. They have like a few different designs. They all have the little rain puppet thing hanging outside. What is that called? Hooded? You know what I mean, right? It's to call the rain. We're growing mushrooms! Okay, so the weather, it looks like the weather's not too great right now, but it's okay. We maybe need more of these little water tower things. Hey, yo! Peanut! How are you doing, friend? Oh? What's that noise? Ombu has entered the jungle? Whoa. The music changed? I thought we were in combat. It made me panic, I'm not gonna lie. Boop. I just realized Hutao is coming in a week. Hell yeah! That means... Also, thank you for the onigiri. Did it show up? Okay. Yeah, you can see it. Okay, we're good. Yelan. Yelan is coming out too, right? Ray is really excited to get her, actually. How do I still have 3 idle people? There's things to be done, my friends. Rocks to hit, trees to chop. You know what I'm saying? Whoa, this music is scary, man. Ombu is very sleep though. Poor baby. Settlement. Hmm. Whoops. You need to do. Ombu yawns. Oh my god. You guys can't see it because I'm in the way. Do I move chat to the classic top left corner? If I move myself to the other side maybe? Because I want you guys to see these things. They're actually very cute. Do you know what I might do actually? Hold on. If I just flip it horizontally. Why is it? Chotomate. Why is it so misshapen, missized? There we go. Cool. Mods? Do we have mods? I don't know. But it's okay. I don't think we need them. We still love them though. Ombu sits! Ombu sits! He's sitting! Oh, sleepy baby. He gonna take a nap. That's okay. What does that sound? I mean, it was either the Onbu or it was the game. I don't know, man. Is he gonna do-doos? Oh, it's... Ah! Yes, baby. It's CP's time. Oh, bless him. Bless his heart. Also, it's humid as fuck, which I think maybe means that we get lots of wilder. Look, the water tank's currently empty. But yes, it looks like production is speeding up. Fantastic. We definitely need more stone though. Let's get some high priority on the stone slapping. Employ these 3 workers as general. What the heck? Ten segments of dirt road. Don't know if you'll wake up in bed or wake up dead. Wait, what? That was scary. Imagine being on that thing's back. Yeah, I know. But it's so big though. Bless his heart. Wait. What do you mean? We're not digging. Don't want to hurt the baby. Okay, I guess we are using a lot of water at the moment. But it looks like we're also producing a fair amount. Ooh, scavenger hat. I want the hornblower to be honest. But it's fine, let's do this. Let's only harvest for a bit. Because I think we should be fine, but I need more production. While we're sitting in a humid spot, I want to try and get a good stockpile of water. Why are they not putting the water in the water tank though? Are there just not enough people? How does this work? Oh, we need wood planks as well. Fuck. God damn it. We have so many buildings under construction at the moment. You know what? Maybe we can switch this one to harvest only for now. And we can just have one worker. Food-wise, we're producing plenty for all of the people. So this one's harvest only. Because yeah, we need more. I mean, I have a lot of stuff marked. We just don't have a lot of stuff happening. Oh wait, you can... Oh! Click and drag? Bro, hello? Oh my god, that's amazing. And this one, I'm unsure. It says used to manage workers, make them specialize as transporters, harvesters, or builders. Builders, carriers, harvesters. So does that make people go out and harvest? And research, honestly, we can reduce it to 1 for now. We only need 1 researcher. It still says there's idle people, though. Maybe load shedding is when our big boy is just load shedding. He's pooping or he's taking a nap. Because yeah, I think the people running this country are taking a nap. Oh Jesus! Cupcake! Mate! And farmers? Do we can maybe reduce by 1 farmer? Production's still high and we have a lot of food. I don't know. Can reduce it to 1 for now. I think we'll still be fine. Our food will last us like 3 days. Maybe we don't... Yeah, and this one is harvest only. You guys better go... Oh, look at this. Bless. Okay, they're hitting rocks now. Do we have people hitting trees as well? And this oak? Yeah. Stone piles and cut the trees also. The berry bushes will refill while we are going hamzos. What's that?
This is fun.
This one's storage full, but how do I get them to move it to here? What does this mean? Oh, it just shows you all the workers. I see. Your outies, no worries, Puppety. Have a lovely day. 37 minutes second, yeah. We still have like no resources though, because the people collecting wood are putting it in there. But probably also here. I don't understand how this is supposed to work. If you're idle, go make yourself useful. Are they supposed to be farmers? Is that why? Yeah, go do other things for now, guys. Even this guy, there's all 1 guy there. Go do other stuff. I see, okay, so I have to micromanage a little bit. Which makes sense. That is the kind of game I'm playing. Oh, cheeky mushroom. I just want to know what happens to the mushrooms. They do actually go in there. But this guy grew like an entire field of mushrooms. This says there's 12 available. I don't know how this works. It's okay though. I can't tell him to pick it up. Oh, priority. Pick this up. Let's fix this one. Then this one. Yeah. How's the head today? It's all good. No headaches. I had 1 cup of coffee, I had a smoothie, I had a sandwich. How about you, homie? How are you doing today? How's our food looking? Okay, our production is very low. But maybe once we start working on the kitchen, Because they've like obliterated everything I've asked them to harvest. I can, for the most part, play this one-handed, which is amazing. Which is a very relaxing way to play. Not gonna lie. Just sit here and slack off. But yeah, maybe we still have food until day 12. It's only currently day 10. This guy is still Fasani Slab. This guy is dead to the world. Which, fair enough, you know. He's carrying a civilization on his back. You just got back from the gym? Hell yeah! Did you have a good time? I'm currently experiencing load shedding. How much do these houses... Oh, it has 2 beds each. Oh, I see. I wish you could move things. It doesn't look like you can move it. You would just have to destroy it and rebuild it. Okay, let's take this guy off, because we don't need anyone there. But you could go do literally anything else. Okay, it looks like we are packing the water away. So the thing is, like, because there's all this humidity now, it means we can stockpile lots of water, just in case we go into a dry area. Yeah, let's get some production there so we can get this bad boy going. Okay, construct at least. I don't know why this took me so long to do, but in any case, oh no. Does someone have to go and build this now? Oh, they move fast on a dirt road? Oh. Okay. I wonder if someone's gonna go build that for me. Because, yeah, then we can have people Newman. And even, like, amongst the berry bushes. Yeah, someone's gonna build the paths, but it looks like they're gonna build it all willy-nilly. That's fine. Hi, Fuzzy! I'm doing good, how are you? Yeah, I've got load shedding at the moment, so I'm a little bit slow with chat. As I'm sure you could read, but you know, it's okay. Okay, looks like we're doing a bit better resource-wise. We're just building a lot, so like we're constantly using everything. Which, you know, makes sense, but... This guy's full. This guy's close to full. It's okay if they're full though. Can someone pick this shit up? It's gonna decompose. Current heart rate 1.5 beats per minute. Doing some Genshin? Oh shit! My boy is sleeping. Construct a kitchen. Okay, that's the most recent thing we're busy with. I'm just waiting for this bad boy to finish up. This road building is something else. They don't just start in one place, they just go all willy-nilly. Bro, why would you not build this one here? What the heck? Do they actually stick to the roads then? Because that would be cute. The night sounds? Oh my god, that's terrifying. My boy's getting hungry. I need to make food for him. This is going well. I think we might need to start with food production again soonish. I don't know what that reproduction means. Like how much more they're gonna grow or... Alright. And then, maybe we can get some guys back on the farm as well. Oh, 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 oh! The boy's waking up! Hi, Senjin! How are you? Let's go, let's go! Big stompies! Yeah, boy! Oh man, this game is cute as fuck. Okay. Oh, we're finally building the kitchen. Fantastic. Great success. Look at our cute little roads as well. Very haphazard building. But you know, it's okay. I think that's okay. What is this game? It looks cool. What is this game called? The Wandering Village. The Wandering Village. It is very, very cool. I saw it in a Reddit advert and I was like, damn, I want to play this. I'm doing good, Senjin. I can have a bit of a longer stream today, so we just chillin'. Street vibing. One idol? Maybe we can get more. Let's put a boy there. Could put on the mushrooms. Construct an herbalist. Okay. Oh, we can also do village doctor. Okay, so I actually wanted to... I haven't quite figured out the priority yet for these, like how you get people to prioritize it, but... I want to destroy those. I don't want to harvest them. So hopefully I can. Because I want to build the herbalist, like here. Because it's pretty close to the water. Ah, it does do it, okay. So we just need to wait for them to harvest it. This place contains some fresh food for Ombu. Oh, I wonder if he's gonna eat it. How does that work? Oops. Is he gonna eat? Because he's hungry. So now his hunger is gonna stop for a bit. Okay, we'll build the herbalist here. And perhaps we can build the doctor here. But we're gonna need some more resources. Oh no! Can reduce the workers here. Evacuated its bowels. I keep missing when he poops. I want to see it poop. I've seen it yawn, I've seen it lay down, I've seen it eat. The yawn is terrifying. They're making food now. Berry muesli, 10 out of 10. Let's actually reduce this one, increase this one. I think one of the problems is that there's like all these roads being constructed and that's taking up a lot of people. This guy's not got anything to do, so you can go harvest. It's still pretty humid, so we're collecting lots of water. What else can we make? Beet soup. Interesting. Yeah, we'll make berry muesli. I think that's good. I still don't really understand the worker post thing, but it's okay. I just hope that we get some material harvesting soonish. Looks like most of the roads are built. They're gonna go harvest the stone now. Okay, good, because we have like the goal. This is currently under. Oh, it's done. Nice. Okay, we're only gonna have one, I think. No, we're gonna have none because we don't have any herbs. Because we still need to build this. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I doubt we'll need to make that many plots. But it's fine. I will probably want to move things around, to be honest, and redo how I did things. You gonna take a nap? Of course, of course. Hope you wake up feeling refreshed. These roads are messy as hell, man. Okay, getting resources again. All good. Just casually destroying the local rock population. All good, all good. Free mushrooms. Alright, food, we're fine. Can maybe drop that. Do not need 2 people there. Can maybe have 1 person there. 1 there. 1 there. 1 there. Yeah, I think it's good for now. Oops. Okay. Yeah, we have a lot of those, like, what is it, stone slabs or whatever. So, actually, yeah, I might actually take him off, to be fair. We definitely need more harvesting than anything else. Ayo! Cactus plantation. Cool, we'll do hornblower this time. The froggies. I just want to check. The volume's fine, yeah. You guys get to hear all the the ambient noises of the natures. Maybe we should harvest these trees as well. Oh. These ones. We have lots of water. Hell yeah. Perfect. That's maybe not a good thing to have like maxed out, but at the same time I'm just like I don't want to run out because we're currently in a humid place, so we're collecting lots of water. This game is so cute, I can't. Hey yo, this is done. Okay. So we need water for the crops. I think for now we'll just not grow anything. Hopefully no one gets sick. Because yeah, we need resources. They're collecting stone, but where's the stone going? Because it says 0 up here. Because we're not making slabs, are we? No, not. Temperature is normal, humidity. Okay, what did I actually need to do? Plots. Disable. Okay. How do I... Setting the amount of workers to 0. A lot. Oh, I see. Ah. Instruct the scavenger hunt. I mean tent thing. Magic. Hut. Lol. Oh. I have to build it far away? Like on specific edges? Interesting. Okay. Well, let's build it over... yeah. No, it's too close to the actual village. I maybe want to coy him to the edge here. Like proper edge. This guy's still making planks for us, so that's okay. Ombu seems unsure about which path to take at the upcoming crossroads. Oh no. Poisoned nomads, poisoned nomads. Uh-oh. Well, I guess either way we're gonna come across some poisoned nomads, so we're gonna have to look at growing some herbs. Yeah. We'll need some herbs. Because our doctor will need to help them. But we'll need some herbs to help. Okay. It would be nice to get some more nomads, not gonna lie. Ooh, we're not producing enough food. Whoa! Thank you for the onigiri spawn. How you doing, beautiful? You're doing great. Wonderful. I'm very big chills today. I'm straight up chinchillin'. This game is cute as hell. The music is vibes. I am in relatively good health, I think, question mark, today, so, you know. No headache, no body ache. I've eaten good. You're in load shedding? I am. Thank you for the onigiri's cupcake. It's currently load shedding at the moment. But yeah, if I don't stream during load shedding, it just like fucks with my whole day, so we'll get to those when we get to those. They're making their way through here, making their way through here, building here. Oh wait, ooh, do we get to make the decisions then? We're gonna be at a crossroads and we have to choose. Either way, we're gonna encounter some sick peepos who need help. So this doctor will be able to help the pleasant villagers. Oh, there we have mushrooms. Fantastic. If you disappeared because you hit with load shedding, oh no! They're really fucking us around at the moment because we're like going in and out of stage 5 this whole time. Ooh, he's almost ready. Yeah, so the roads, the villagers move slightly faster on dirt roads. Oh, the chat kind of blocks that now. I can't win. I don't know where to put my stuff that I'm not blocking something. But it's okay. We're building some herbs to cure people because we're coming up to... What is this? Ombu sleeping spot? Oh, bless. I hope he sleeps there. There's poison nomads. We're gonna probably pick them up. I wonder if I have the hornblower. I can tell him where to go as well. How's our food situation looking? Okay, we're producing enough. Perfect. Oh, we have extra housing. Cool. 13 are employed. 5 are unemployed, but they are keeping busy. I don't know what that means if they're unemployed. Because they're busy, they're keeping busy. Hey yo! Full staff required. Oh, they definitely need 2 people? Okay, we have 2 idle currently. I don't know what that means. Is it the scavenger guys? Open map. So we can send them out somewhere. Artifact? Wood or mushrooms? Leftover food? Survivors? Survivors? Oh shit, I kinda wanna... Yeah, let's send them there. Because, just in case... Bring back knowledge! Oh fuck. That's fine. Maybe this would have had knowledge. Yeah, this had knowledge. It's okay. Well, if we can, we'll send them out afterwards. So how do they get down? Do they just like jump down? 190k points to go. You better start thinking of ideas then, Cupcake. You've seen what Jargon has for his. What would you want for yours? It has to be something that people will look at and be like, ah yes, that's Cupcake. Cupcake de Llama. Llama de Cupcake. Sorry, I can't read. Okay, food's looking really good. The herbs are looking good. I'm guessing the guy just needs to harvest now. How close are we to those guys? Still a while. Okay, resources are looking much better. Maybe we get a second guy in here for now. Or we can get one guy in here. We got 3 here. Maybe one less here. And one in here. Oh, we already have one in here. It's fine, let's put him here for now. I don't think we're making food for the Ombu anytime soon anyway. You have like a year to decide. Okay, so he goes and stores it in the hut there. Ah, okay, I was a little bit worried. But it looks like we'll be fine. So that's fine. I wanted to make sure I had some when the guys got here. I don't know how much we need to heal these guys, so... You know. Mission ongoing. We don't get to see them. But they're scavenging over there. Hopefully they can still come back even though they're going to disappear off the map. I don't know how that works. Oops. Hopefully we don't leave them behind. That would be sad. I wish there was a way to see that like stuff is still being produced, like they're still chopping trees and they're still harvesting stone. Some are poisoned and will die soon. Will you let them... Yeah, let's pick them up. 1 healthy person and 2 poisoned people joined. Okay. Cool. So what you do then is get a person here. We've got 5 herbs. I don't know how many we need to cure them, but... There's a poisoned guy. You shouldn't be working. You shouldn't be working, homie. Where's our doctor? Where is he going though? We need to heal our homies. You need to go eat first? Is that what's going on here? We're gonna rename him because he's the doctor. Hassan. What do you mean bad food quality? Why are you eating the berries, homie? Eat this. Eat the muesli. Why would they be eating the berries as opposed to eating the good food? Oh, there's her son. Is he gonna go fetch the medicine? The herbs? To make the medicine? How does this work? Is he gonna go moving to kitchen? Does he have to make the food there, or is he going to kill the person? Oh? Do they need better food? The berries are not enough now. We need beets. We have beets though. Ayo. No sick people anymore. Hell yeah. Okay. This place is unaffected by poison and looks comfortable for Ombu to sleep in. Oh, the status effect? Alright, I still need to do that. What happened to these other guys though? Oh, I can't see them anymore. Is he taking a nap? He is taking a nap. What a good boy. I'm curious about these guys. Are they still outies? Whoa! Thank you for the head pats! You hungry and waiting for power? No worries, man. It's all good. We just vibing, we just chilling. Storage full. Okay, let's reduce that. Maybe we can... Hello! Are you back? Okay. Alright, stream is back now. Well, stream hopefully is back now, but... Hello! There we go. Okay. This motherfucker. Changed resolution again. Okay. Should be fine now. Pantry constructed. Ayo! Another pantry. Can put all the things in there. Alright, so... think we only need one person there, realistically. 3 people. Do we have anyone who's not working? Food quality says 4%. Oh, is that like good? You really go make food now? Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Enjoy whatever it is you're gonna go eat. I hope it's super tasty. I'm actually feeling a little bit munchy myself right now. Feeling a little snackish. The doctor's just chinchillin'. Let's I wish you could pick who it was. But that gets moved around. Those different things. Because I don't know if we'll be able to make her son be the doctor again. So once this is cleared out at the top, I'm thinking of maybe if we get better housing. I'm wondering about the deconstruction. Like, do you get the materials back? Worker management? Oh shit. Unemployed? I have unemployed people? That means I can... This is just general workers, research, barriers, fine. I think all of this is fine. Because then those unemployed people can just harvest materials or whatever. I think that would be okay. I have Astros in the cupboard. We're doing pretty good, I think, material-wise now. Getting some good inventory management. What? The scavenging party should be back soon. Honestly, my farms are not very big. I don't know. The scavenging party returned. They brought back 1 knowledge. 1 whole knowledge. Very cool. Okay. What is this one? This is more knowledge. Survivors. Ayo. Thank you for the head pats, Manic. How are you? Some villagers might want to join us on Undo, depending on our village. Yes, let's go. How are you doing today, Manic? You good? Yeah, I'm good. I took care of myself today. I ate. I had a smoothie. I've had only 1 cup of coffee. I don't have a headache. I'm playing this game that's chilled as fuck. I would big recommend. It's currently, I think, 120 Rand on Steam. My boyfriend bought it for me because I showed it to him and I was like, this game looks really cute. And he said he even had a look at it as well. So he was like, okay, well, I'll buy it for you, go play. Keep it up. I do. I need to drink more water as well. So I'm gonna do that now. But I always seem to be really good at drinking water when it's cold and it's not vital. It's not very important for me to remember to drink water. I don't know why I'm like this, but you know. Are you taking care of yourself? Are you having a good day? Are you eating good food? I'm actually feeling snacky at the moment. I'm like, but what if I ate something? I don't know. I maybe wanna... If I move the village, like the houses away, I can maybe build more things like in here. Because I don't know, maybe I'll get some other buildings down the line. But maybe I just wait until I get better housing. Because I assume there is better housing, because this is housing quality 1. So I don't know. Oh, they haven't gone out yet? My scavengers. They're going out now? It looks like it's quick though. Quick fast. It's a quick fast little mission. We're not really using berries anymore, and we have a lot, so I might actually take this guy off the berries. We don't need to scavenge berries as much, but maybe... What is this guy doing? Oh, it says harvest only. Whoops, sorry mate. He was just standing around doing fuck all. But it's fine, okay. This place contains some fresh food for Onbu. Is he gonna eat? Oh guys, this is the cutest shit. We'll watch him for a little bit. Yay. He likes the mushrooms. What a good boy. You have bad eating habits? Relatable. You drink too much coffee, but you had a good therapy session today? Hell yeah! No complaints otherwise? Fantastic. Yeah, I don't know if you have the same bad eating habits as me, but the only reason I remember to eat is because of my boyfriend. Because he has a fast metabolism, and if he doesn't eat, he feels sick. So I know he needs to eat, therefore I will eat. And we're off again. Your boy is moving. He's eating, he's happy. I don't know what this creature is, but I love him. I think he's a good boy. What is this? Oh, new settlers? Yes, let's go. We got 2 healthy people and 2 hungry people. That's fine, we have food. We have loads of food. Help yourselves. Now they're complaining about housing quality? Uh-oh. Hopefully I can improve that soon. But I think also we have a homeless person. Maybe that's one of the complaints. Maybe we just need to... Because we got a lot of new people now. How do I check? You only eat when you need to make food for others. If no one is here, I don't eat. Oh my god, I'm the same manic. If Onbu kitchen, but this one's telling me to make the cactus plantation because it's recommended. Oh, we'll go for the recommended one. Construct a hornblower. Perfect. Yeah, I will forget to eat. I will definitely forget to eat. Okay, so do I have to build it on the front? Is it so that he can hear it clearly? That's kind of cute. We'll put it close to his ears. There we go. Alright. Oops. Yeah, so I'm very bad at remembering to feed myself. It's probably because we drink too much coffee. Well, I actually had to slow down on the coffee because I think I was feeling a little bit not so Gucci fam. Because I have a... Seems unsure about which path to take. Oh, I'm still constructing the thing, so I don't know if I'll be able to tell him before then. But yeah, so my heart gets a little bit wobbly with caffeine, so... Oh wait, that's... Is there no way for me to see? I can't tell if I have enough houses. I think maybe I just need to build one more. Should be fine. We did get a lot of new people, so... but yes, I am now limiting myself to 1 cup of coffee at the moment. Just to manage the heart wobblies. Resources still look fine. I don't know if we need more food. Maybe we need more beets though. We did pick up a lot of people though. You do you and stay strong. You're doing great. Thank you. Things that should be said every day. Do I need to remind myself? Do I need to tell myself I'm doing great? Just be like, you are doing a good job. Keep going. Alright, so food quality. This guy says the bad food quality. I hope you're not eating your mushrooms, dude. You better be eating proper food. They're making beet soup, which I thought was okay. I think I can only make 2 things at the moment. I don't know if there's a way to upgrade the farm to grow something else, but I'm doing my best, man. What are these guys doing? Nothing at the moment. Wood or mushrooms. Survivors or leftover food. 13 hours. This is only 6 hours. Yeah, let's go to the ruined settlement. This guy's just gonna keep on keeping on. Hornblower! Boop boop. Walk. Run. Animal doctor. Feeding trebuchet. We need a trebuchet to feed him. And we can make him lie down as well. Maybe if the weather conditions are good, we can just make him lie down. Everyone should? I agree. Gonna Loki's? No worries. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you so much for popping in, checking in. Go eat if you haven't yet. Alright. So, we're maybe not producing enough food. I don't know if we need another farmer. Maybe we need more plots as well. We have some empty ones though. Our berries are slowly going down, but I think that's just because we weren't producing enough food. Maybe we need another person in the kitchen as well. And I don't know if we need more material storages, maybe. Just so stuff's easily accessible, we can easily get things that we need. I think that's fine. We've got loads of stuff just laying around. Hi Hero! How are you? Maybe let's just make it harvest for now. So, whatever's planting. Moving to kitchen. Oh, is he hungry? Nom 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 nom. How do you feel about the food quality? Is it still bad? What the heck? This one says 2. Amount of processed food eaten recently. Is that a good thing or a bad thing though? I cannot tell. How are these guys going? Oh, almost done. 'Cause Where are you going? Moving to Hornblower? Why though? 24 bread? Oh shit, we got more bread. Okay, well, I think that's fine for now. Our resources all seem good, but we can send the scavenging party out again. So, let's have a looky. Yeah, fuck it, let's send them out. Oh. Do we maybe need more plots for this? Where are they? Are they going to get the bread? Why did I have to build this so far away? Why am I like this? I knew I had to build it at the edge, but maybe I could have built it a bit closer. I can't remember now. Maybe I should, oops. I need to waste some time building a road to this place so they can go there faster. God damn, that's a lot of road. Oof. But hopefully they'll be able to go a little bit faster now. Whenever someone does get around to building that. It's gonna be a bit of a work in progress. Ooh, corn plantation. I'm always gonna take the recommended ones. Ooh, huts. Oh, I want this, man. Oh wait, did I select that now? Oh, I did. Whoops. Oh, shit. This is fine. But, we'll continue when we get the option again. Hi Smurf, how are you? They're just slowly, randomly building bits of the road. It's fine. But it'll help long term. Honestly, everything's a little bit messy, but I guess once I get to know the game a little bit better, I will be able to do things better. In a more structured way, I guess. Get rid of this and this one. I don't know if they ever really go into the tents. I'm not sure if I've seen them do that. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Poison forest! Oh, we do have some medicine, but I'm a bit worried about the onbu. Gooding yourself looking fly in your aviators. Thank you. It's just so that I don't like have creepy dead eyes, because sometimes it looks like I'm staring into people's souls. And everyone likes the glasses. Ombu evacuated its bowels. I missed it again, guys. You can see this thing poops sometimes. I don't know if you actually get to see it pooping, but you can see at the bottom there it says evacuated. He pooped. God damn it. It's fine. One day I'll see him poop, which is a weird thing to say, but you know. Can you catch the poop and use it as fertilizer? Can you imagine? I think that would be pretty cool. Pretty dope if that was the case. Okay. You encountered a group of settlers looking for a new home. Will you let them join your village? Of course! Get in here, guys. 2 healthy people, 2 hungry people. We have so many people now. You could do that in black and white? Yeah? I mean, I know, that hut research is gonna take a while, so let's build 2 more tents. Let's get a move on with these ones though. In what was that other game? Cult of the Lamb. You could do that as well. You can pick up people's poop. And you would use it as fertilizer. 10 out of 10. Well and truly. You can also do it in Ark, actually. In fact, you can poop and you can use the poop to fertilize things. It's great. What would I need? Probably the shrine, actually. For the knowledge. I actually want to see, now that we've got bonus ducks, we can maybe increase the research rate. And maybe we need another workers post thingamajigs. That could be quite nice. Okay, let's see. Total people 29, total housing 30. Perfect. Okay, and we want better food, I guess, but because I clicked the wrong research. That's a small problem. But yeah, I don't know if there's some way to collect its poop in the future. I can make it do certain things, like now it's getting close to a poisonous area. Ooh, what is this? Iron ore? Holy shit, I might try and go there next. I might get him to lay down and go sleepies. Because we're getting pretty close to a poisonous area. So actually... And then you can hear him yawn as well. I love watching this thing. Aww. Sleepy boy. There we go. And he's gonna do a big ol' yawn. Or not. Maybe if we wait a bit. Can you make him roll over? I fucking hope not. You want me to destroy my civilization? So I don't think it's actually assisting much with his sleepiness. Because he's not going to sleep. Maybe this is just to prevent him from moving forward. Technically he would if he rolled over. Yeah, I think he'd get stuck. He wouldn't be able to roll himself over. Oh shit, the scavengers already came back. And the road is built! Oh shit, man. Now they can noom back and forth. I said I wanted to go have a look at this iron ore. It's gonna take a while, but... at least they can move a lot faster now. We have one idle person. What do we need? Food is looking good. We might need actually some more medicine because we're gonna be going through a poisonous area. Increases toxicity level, spawn poisonous plants on Onbu's back. So I might get him to just run through that area. I don't know. This game looks cute. I think it's adorable. I love the art style. I think it's stunning. And like the 2D, like I think that's really cute the way that they've done it. Yeah, it's been really fun. I think it's like in early access as well. So it was relatively cheap. It was 120. It's on sale at the moment. Uh-oh. I wonder, can I just make him run? Can you run through this area, buddy? Onbu doesn't trust your commands. That's okay, bud. Now he's sleepy. Oh, please don't go to sleep here. Decontamination. Destroy the poisonous plants. There's one. Can I make this a priority? Oof. 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 Them's as priorities. Let's, do we have enough people to take care of it? I think we do. You live on the back of a dinosaur? I do! Dinosaur's name is Dan! No, I'm joking. His name is Doo-Doo. Because he makes giant old shits. Is this poison plant? Cease! Get out of here. You're not that old. You don't look like this? Really? Are we out of the poison cloud yet? I'm getting there. He doesn't want to run for me though. He doesn't trust me enough yet. But that's okay. We're doing our best to get rid of the yuckies. You can incinerate them? I don't know how you do that. Did I just harvest them? Did they just like sit in my storage or something? Onbu sits. Onbu, you gonna take a nap, buddy? He's gonna yawn. Close? I love that sound. The yawn. I'm gonna be right back though for a second. I just wanna go get a snack. A treat. Whoa, I'm back. Or am I? Okay, so this boy's just big sleepies. How's our production looking? It's looking good. Our food is looking good. Just our research. They brought back 7 ore? Damn, I don't know what to do with ore yet, but... now I can choose? Onbu doesn't trust your commands. Damn it. I tried. How do I check research? So I've got some ways to go to get him to trust me. Also, don't look. Don't perceive. For some reason, it's not picking up my mic. If I increase the sensitivity, maybe? Is that a bit better? Or is that worse? Oh, it's worse. Hold on. Boop. And now? Too strong. That's better. 1. Okay, cool. This is fine. Am I speaking softly? I didn't think so. Okay. Just like I saw, my mouth wasn't really moving at all today. Okay. Everyone seems happy. There's some idle people. I don't know if building more research can make it go faster. Or if you can do multiple. But let's give it a try and see. Oh. Did we have a scavenging party out? I can't remember now. Whoa! Whoa, 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 what is this? What is this? Hello? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. All priorities. What is this? Why is there yakis on my boy? I think sending scavenging parties out to, like, close places is a pretty good idea. Because then they go in and out very quick. Quick fast, in fact. Alright. There we go. Alright, so... What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Hero. I hope you're having a great day. We're gonna do the corn plantation. It looks like it's going pretty fast now. Mm. Man, thank God I saw those poisonous plants there. God damn, that would have been spooky. Oh, we're growing tomatoes? Or... Oh. We can grow tomatoes. Interesting. Oh yeah, actually my load shedding's over. I can remove that. Also, hi Vivian, you little shit. It is no longer load shedding, so things are fine now. But I can build better houses also. So, housing for 6 villagers. Goddamn. That's the good shit. I might build a couple of those. It's cute and you love the art style, right? I love it. Oh my god. I just started playing it yesterday and I really love it. Also the music. I'm very big into like good music in games. And because this is like a relatively chill game, you know, good music is pretty important. Because I know some people will like, they will listen to other music while they play a game. Hi, Daddy. They'll listen to other music.
What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching.
Thank you, Daddy. Yeah, they'll listen to other music when they play a game, just because they don't really like the music of the game itself. But truly, gone are the days, because it's been a long time since I listened to other music while playing a game.
Oh. Ah. This is fine.
How am I doing? I'm doing good, Spec. I'm massively chilling today. Can you build head-mounted machine guns to go fight other monster boys? I don't think so, but I feel like probably there's some kind of like... Maybe there's people who try and attack you and stuff. I'm not too sure. I'm only on day 24 of this game. So I'm not very far at all. I'm listening to music while watching you, while working. Goddamn. You see, real life don't got music. You gotta put music on. You should be chilling. Thank you. It has been a very good day so far. You back, Hooded? How was your nap? Corn plantation research is done? Damn, okay. We can make ombu food? Yeah. These guys are still good? Okay. So... Food's looking good. Look at them, they're gonna go build their new houses. And then I'm gonna destroy the old ones, because they're old tents. I want nice fancy housing. Nap was alright, you don't feel much different, you don't feel rested. I'll be honest with you, naps don't really do anything for me. I like how they just hodgepodge building these things. Just have another nap? Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, we can't reach these ones? Might as well just cut it. There's a nice chunk of things here, so maybe if I need more berries in the future, I can harvest that. Things are looking a little dicey on stone though. Maybe I need to send scavenging parties out. What was it? This one? Damn it, the road's in the way. Why am I like this? Let me build one closer to him as well. You'll get some good rest later? Fair enough. Do you have like some homework and stuff to do? You finish everything at college? Damn. Working hard, man. Can't relate. I was a terrible student. Oops. Ah. Oh, is the boy waking up now? Good morning. Dung collector, there we go. Smurf was asking earlier. There is in fact a dung collector, biogas, and fertilizer. Play Genshin again? Yeah? Do you have something in mind? Because I still do the boss kills on Wednesdays. Ooh, I love Astros. You've never been to college? Or uni? I want to say you're not missing much. I want to fix up these roads because they look a bit uggos. Don't think we necessarily need them as such. And especially don't need these ones. Oh, so that gives you materials when you deconstruct. Interesting. You'll need help taking Rowden down? Yeah! Used your resin during your lunchtime? No worries, no worries. But, if you ever, like... Because you can only fight those bosses once a week, so... If you want, if you can save your resin, like, just save, even if it's just for Raiden. Save your resin. And, you can join us on Wednesdays. Maybe. Because it's difficult to coordinate with load shedding at the moment. Wear pink though? Yeah, you have to wear pink. On a Wednesday. Feeding trebuchet? Oh my god. Good morning, Joggin. If you don't, God help you. Look at my little village. The farm radius doesn't reach that for some reason. Look at all these berry bushes though, goddamn. Yeah. Doing A-okay for the 7 minutes you've been awake. Also, Smurf. I don't know if you heard. Yes, pink on Wednesdays. There's a dung collector. You can collect the poops. I'm currently working on the feeding trebuchet. So you get to throw food in its mouth, I guess. He doesn't trust me yet. But you do need to eat, though. Your boy do need to eat. So it's fine if he goes this way. I might as well send those guys out, because I can't actually send them anywhere else. Dong collector? I mean, listen. If he's out here collecting dongs, it kind of makes sense. Because my villagers don't make babies, so... something's going on. You're uncaffeinated? Oh gosh. I had 1 cup of coffee today. My brother has this weird energy shot subscription, so he gives me a giant box of it every now and then. It's cherry flavored and delicious, so I put it in salsa. Oh, that actually sounds very nice. I love how after 3 years I eventually get a cosmetic item I've wanted, but refuse to redeem it because fuck the game. Wait, what? Explain yourself, Cupcake. Oh, I still have to build this. Shit, I forgot about this one. Whoopsie. Whoopsie-doos. I don't know if I have, like... I have one person unemployed. So that's fine, I think, because I'm going to be building some things. I think we can reduce the farmers. Maybe we can increase the cooks for now. Even so, we still have fuckloads of food, I think. And a lot of very happy people. What happens if I join the posse twice? I mean... You could, I guess. But I don't think we should, to be fair. You know what? I should have scented this on the berry farm. Why am I like this? I don't think there's any way to spend them fast enough. Should I find something else? Oh, these guys are still out. Iron ore and wood. Nice. To be fair, that's probably the old iron. He pooped! He pooped! Damn it. Can't see it. One day I'll see it poop. You know what, actually? Just so this guy can get finished. Yeah, actually we're doing fine for food. Whoa! Thank you for the confettis. And the balloons. And the hearts. And the bubbles. You're just gonna have to spam those like crazy. My whole stream is gonna be a mess. In Apex, you get melee weapons with cool animations. You have a chance of getting one anywhere between 1 and 500 to get it. So I eventually opened 500 packs and got it. Oh man, so you got it at like hard pity. Bitrate be damned, fuck it. It took you 3 years to get it? Damn. At least that's a pretty way to break the stream. Yeah, I think for food we're actually doing well more than fine, so maybe we don't need 2 guys there. Fresh food? You gonna eat, buddy? I can't tell him to eat, so... He's just gonna make that decision himself. Too hungry, too healthy. Okay, that's fine. Ayo. Ayo. Jargon! Oh my god, my... Hello, stream is broken! Oh my god, thank you. Ah! Okay. That broke my brain. Thank you for the 20 gift subbies. Holy shit. That went to some good people. I see some good names in there. Ray QB, Danny, Shannon, Mad Bunny, Duckleen, Crosa, Odite, Nova, Damien, the Chelsea Bear, Raven Array, Johnny, Milky, Panda, Artemis, Potato Squids, Bear Wrangler going, damn, Haruyuki, Darkling, and the Bat Brain. Those were mostly names that I know. So yes, thank you very much for that. Holy shit. It takes jogging to get me out of lurking. Hi Johnny, I hope you're having a good day. And thank you as well for the gift subby to Spectre. Damn friend, thank you! Very much appreciate. You know what? Just for that, I'm gonna do something silly. I'm gonna do something dumb. Where is the button? Is it this one? Oh! Why not? I should maybe, I don't know if it would be possible, but if I could recommend to the person who made this thing to have something drop for like bits or subs, I think that would be a pretty good idea. Maybe I should mention it to them. Not another silly thing, combo. I'm all about the silly. If you're here and you don't know that, so I did make, there's like a hotkey for it, but like I don't know if it actually worked. We can try. Oh, it does work. Oh my god. This stream's gonna break. The noise it's making though. This sounds like a very upset stomach. I can't even move, guys. Ten out of 10. This is very silly, guys. I can't believe you done this. Anyway, I'm gonna reset it though. How do you clear it? Whee! Oh, those ones didn't make it? Okay, well I guess they're staying there then. This is fine. No, I had to reset. How am I gonna play the game? How am I gonna play the game? No, because like, this. What if someone tries to come and watch this and all they see is a screen full of onigiri? Hmm? Short temperature drop might affect the growth of your plants. Uh-oh. Oh, it's freezing? Oh, shit. Oh. Is this area gonna be cold? Oh. Maybe I do need another farmer day after all. I think these ones are not too serious, so we'll just make it harvest only. Just change stream to streaming onigiri? No ways, man. Anyway, I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. I thought it was very funny. And now I know that the hotkeys actually work. I can do that whenever. Hope stream's been amazing. I have load shedding soon. Oh no! Have a good one. Going back to the shadows. Listen, maybe if your house was struck by lightning, you'd actually have electricity because, you know, our country's not very good at supplying us with electricity. Alright, if I missed any other messages, sorry. I was very amused by the onigiri, so, you know. I don't know why it's dropping 6 now, though. Because I only set it to 3. Why is there berries just chilling on the floor here? Oh, it's one of the things that got chopped up. Chop chop. There's no space in the storage, probably. All of the things are full, so there's just food laying everywhere. What are you complaining about now? Whoa! Bad food variety? Suck my ass, bro! Do I have to keep changing their food up? You outies, Cupcake! Take care of yourself. Do I have to build another kitchen for these ungrateful fucks? They're like, oh, not enough food variety. Oh my god. Anyway. How do you... Oh, am I still researching? No research? Researched. That's already researched? What the fuck? Corn plantation. How do you... Grow slowly? That's fine. How do you select what they're gonna grow? Oh, beets! I can grow cactus, I can grow corn. Oh my god, you make different farms to grow different things. Ah! Just as well, I'm rearranging things, so, you know. Wish moving things around. Got a bunch of idle people. I can send oh my god. Guys, I've been slacking. I got so distracted. Let's see, where are we currently? What is short cold snap? Oh, that was the cold snap. Okay, let's send these guys out. And these guys out here. There's 2 parties going out for resources. Because I'm going to do a little remodeling. I'm going to schmoove some things around. I might actually... Can I build 2 more huts here? And then... I was thinking of building another farm. Like over here-ish. Because I think, honestly, I think that's plenty of space for farm. Like, I don't think we need all the space. I'm not too sure. Currently undecided. Unless I put a farm here. Or berry gatherer here. And then I clear out this farm over here. What is this? Fresh air? Hell yeah. What does that mean? Free from any toxins? Arriving at the site, an old stone cutting saw looks like it still could be working. Try turning it on. Look for anything else left behind. Oh. They look everywhere but can't spot anything of value. At least they leave with a handful of... Oh, and it's stone slabs. Not just stone, but stone slabs. That's mad shit. You need more than one type of food? Yeah, apparently. These fussy ass motherfuckers. Oh, you going doo-doos? Or... Oops. Oh, he's gonna doo-doos. Is he gonna yawn for us? You gonna yawn, buddy? Look at the toes! The toe beans! That's what I sound like when I yawn as well. Whoa, what is that? Oasis? You can make it do the whole thing? Wait, what? Your brother's cheek needs a, a crisp high five. I've got 2 guys working here, but I guess I'm just using a lot of resources. This still needs to be built. Hmm. Ooh. So does that mean that these get harvested? They do! They're gonna- Oh, I didn't know you could do that! For fuck's sakes. Yeah, the top bit's a little bit shitty. But down here, 89%, pretty good. I don't know what this one is only 76. Whoa! Thank you, pea squiddies! Gonna go eat some foodies and spend time with the family? Of course! Hooded, enjoy. Have a lovely evening. How you doing, pea squiddies? Thank you again for those subbies, friend. I really appreciate it. And it went to so many nice people. One of those nice people just arrived. P. Quiddy! Shit. Ooh! Spec. Can't believe you done this, sir. Just booty tooting your way through the day. In my chat. That's your rap name? It's an inside joke. It's not, but now it is. I'll take it. I'll accept it. Oh, the boy's waking up. Good morning. Good morning, sweet boy. You couldn't hold it? It sounded wet, friend. I don't know, man. You might wanna see a doctor for something like that. Might actually make this come down this way. And then we... Nope. We destroy this. Yeah. Okay, and once the berry farm is built, it looks like it's on the way there. Oh, what was this? Dense fog covers the entrance, making it impossible to see inside. Carefully, your scavengers take a few steps into it when suddenly an uplifting melody resounds from afar. Guys, do we risk it? We should follow the melody and see where it leads. I literally just need one person to say yes or no. Okay, Jargon said yes, we're good. Are we gonna die? The scavengers listen to the sound from afar and walk deep into the forest, but as they don't agree on where the sound is coming from, they always end up running in circles. After a while, the group gives up and leaves. Oh, okay. Well, we got 30 wood out of it, so, you know, it's pretty good. I actually don't want this like that. Yeah, this is fine. I love the scavenging thing. I think it's great. I think it's a very interesting way to add a little extra layer to the game. Can I actually send someone here? I don't really need water though, to be fair. I was worried about forest sirens. What are they called? Nymphs? Forest nymphs? I was a little bit worried about them. I'm not gonna lie. So, whoa! What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Sethels, thank you for the beardy. Damn near pooped myself there, but I didn't, so we're good. I hope you're having a lovely day. I'm thinking I'm gonna build these, like, inside here, because it's gonna be like, you know, like university. The little research thingies. My brain is melting. Melting, yes. Peace biddies, are you good? What does this mean? No space for planting? Oh, shit. I don't know if we need more. We definitely need more food. Oh, we're making berry... Oh, that's why. We'll wait for this one to be done and then we'll switch it over. I was supposed to build another kitchen and then I forgot. Because people wanted variety. Me. Don't mind me. I'm just mad. Because these people are very demanding. You could get behind this game? Oh, Peace Goodies, it's so good. I'm really enjoying it. Actually, I'm just gonna destroy this now, to be fair. There's not enough workers? That sounds about right. We're gonna wipe out these little bushes here. It's like Dinosaur Rim World. Yeah, exactly. I fucking love it, man. It's so cute. I cannot overcome the cuteness. It is so cute. Yeah, I want to build the research places in here. I don't know if we get better ones. If there's like later on you get like a university or something. Black pudding? Oh my goodness. Glass blowers? I need to research this one. It's slightly offset. More? You encountered a small group of nomads looking for a new home. Will you let them join your village? Pick them up. 3 healthy people? Hell yeah! Get your hard-working butts in here and make yourselves at home. Oh, we're growing corn now? I see, I see. Maybe people will stop complaining about the food then. Oh, I can do like so. We need to build another pantry, but I will... Maybe do that when I redecide on the farm locations. Do they just store berries in here? I don't know how that works exactly. Bum bum bum. We'll destroy that for now. Oh! Oh, next one? Oh, a warehouse. Dung collector. Yeah, I think doctor might be the next best one. Because if he gets sick... Sleeps better in designated sleeping spots. I want to pet him! So we're gonna go for the doctor. Very simply because I want to pet it. I think that would be very nice. Let's see. Maybe we can get some more people working here. Maybe we can get some more people working here. I think we're fine for the slabs. And maybe if there's some rocks we can harvest. They can get their badonkadonks into action. Right, and then I might move the doctor over here. I know everything looks a little messy now, but hopefully I can make it look beautiful. That is a proper goal. Wait, what was the goal? Shit, I've already forgotten. Dee! That's a long number in your name. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. How are you doing? Oh, to pet? To pet is the goal? Yes. To pet is the goal. We will achieve the goal. For sure, shores. Do we have... No party available? Is there someone still out? Oh shit, this. As the party arrives, preparations for a big event are in full swing. They are celebrating their traditional harvest festival. Though the harvest has been bad this year, they need some more food. Oh, we could offer them fresh ombu dung to help improve the next harvest instead. That's kind of cute, but I'm gonna give them berries. They appreciate your gift and start the festival. Turns out the food is used as a sacrifice to appease their harvest. What? Your party returns with empty stomachs? Sorry, babies. I got bamboozled. I was just trying to help people. What the heck, man? What a bunch of a-holes. You know what I'm saying? I like that there's like little... there's like little mini event thingies. Please. Oh, we don't have enough people? Did we really? Is it still cold? Yeah, it's still cold. Woof. And I'm trying to grow corn at the moment. But it's okay, I think. Maybe we should switch to beets. Yeah, let's do beets. I think beets would be okay at the moment. Beats by Dre. How about Beats by Dad? No? Too dark? Yeah, too dark? Sorry. It's like one of Ray's favorite jokes to make. And unfortunately I like it as well. Or in my case it would be Beats by Mum, but you know. We got iron ore? Shit. Where did we go? Oh, the mines, the rocks, the things. Do we go back here? Yeah, might as well. Because the next one is like ahead of us, so we'll get there eventually. Are we going into a desert area? Ooh. Ooh. But we have got loads of water. I don't know if we should put another water tank. You know, I'm probably gonna move this, but... Nay, I think it's fine, actually. We'll leave it for now. Ombu evacuated its bowels! I missed it again! God damn it. You having coffee? Did you bring some for us? P-Squiddies? Did you bring us coffee? Did you bring some for the class? Always! Thank you. Oh! Thank you for the onigiris. The screen currently is a hell of a mess. We love to see it. Alright, so now that that's sorted, there's our little university. Then I'm thinking of putting the worker huts here, the worker posts. So if I go like bam, bam. I keep forgetting I can actually do like that. And then I'm gonna move these guys. I know I'm probably wasting resources, but it's okay. It seems like going out on expeditions is actually quite lucrative. Oh, we got a thing. You encountered a group of settlers. Yes. Welcome. 3 healthy people, 2 hungry people. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. We definitely need to make more food and fast. Also, we can go out again. I want to see if he'll listen. Doesn't trust your commands. That's okay, buddy. You will eventually. Doesn't need to be right now. Y'all complaining about the food, but I don't see you working for it. I don't see you working. You want food? What do you want? You can have, what was it, berry muesli? How are these guys doing down here? I don't see why those ones need to be deconstructed by people, because it doesn't actually give any materials. Oh wait, not that one. Leave that one there. That one's fine. It looks so cute. Like, they have these little balloons on them. Okay. We can destroy this one and destroy this one. Any- Oh! They did go this way? No way. Bro, that's the first time I've actually seen him turn. Shit the bed. Okay. Was not expecting that. Not gonna lie. How do they get on and off the dinosaur? I think they just have really long ropes. I don't know how they get back up though. Maybe they just... I don't know. I honestly... Maybe they have ropes and then it just dangles and they have to somehow like run up to him. He doesn't... I mean, he must be moving fast because his legs are so big, but... He also looks a little bit slow, so I don't know how that works exactly. Okay, so... I'm gonna let that one... What is this one? Oh, I can make food for him? Am I at like cap or something? I'm not too sure. I need to sneeze. Okay, I got fucking debated. I made the weirdest fucking noise. Yeah, fuck it, let's have more. 2 healthy people joined. Production of food is insanely high. Consumption is really low, so that's good. But perhaps we need more housing. Oh my god. Let's see. Did I make it? I did make it with space in between. Whoa! Y'all need research? Pet. We need to research. We need to figure out a way on how to pet him. How to give the good boy loves and affection. Let's see. Maybe I need to build some kitchens. I need to build more kitchens. Sounds like I'm saying keychains. Whoa, they brought back mushrooms. I'm thinking maybe... I wish you could just move buildings though. God damn it. Because what I'm thinking is... we want the storage to be kind of central. So I'm thinking of building like the storeroom. Did we not research the bigger storeroom? I didn't. But also the carpenter and stonecutter would want to have near it. Select cactus. Oh yeah? Oh, because they do really well here? Ah. Oh, I see. So when you change where you are, you can grow different crops. Okay, that makes sense. That's pretty cool, actually. I like that. All right, let us focus for a second. Let's make loads of berry mueslis, I guess. This is a long boy. But if you put this guy here and this guy here, then it lines up nicely. Yes, yes, very good. Hmm? Select corn for one of your... well, I only have one farm, to be fair, my dude. Let's go do this one because it's close. I'm working on getting multiple farms. Okay. Once these bad boys get built, then I can get rid of these and clear this up. Maybe when this research is done, I can look at doing that bigger storage. Where was it? The warehouse. So once we can pet the Ombu, then we'll research the... I am not doing very well. But I'm trying my best. The where the warehouse? I like how y'all split the materials like that. Bunch of wallies. Uh-oh. Torrid and arid. Wonderful. But it's fine because we're growing cactus. I don't know what you can do with cactus. But I think our food's gonna be fine. This one is only harvest. This one only harvest. Cactus juice, it's the quenchiest, man. Whenever I think of that now, I always think of Kai. that guy basically lives on cactus juice. He's gotta, right? Sand? Oh shit. Okay, these ones we can get rid of now. Why did that number suddenly pause? Or did he go? He's going to go get more stone. Hell yeah, we got sand. Look at this. Banned food variety. Oh, how terrible. You only give us food? Wow, what an asshole. Shut the fuck up. Imagine being so ungrateful for food. You're like, oh, there's not enough variety. Finish him. Okay. What? Fresh air. Throw him off the dinosaur? You bet. You bet. I'm gonna throw him off the dinosaur. Bunch of ungrateful fucks. Oh, you gonna do this? Guys, we get to hear him snore again. Or not snore, yawn. Let's motherfucking go! Or not. That's also fine. Oh, toe beans! So sleepy baby. Did you see the toe beans? He stretches his toe beans every time he goes to sleep. I love it so much. Makes my heart sing. I'm adorable? No, man. That thing is stretching his toe beans. That is adorable. It's like cats. You know when cats get all cozy and comfy and they stretch their little beans out? They need to make a skin for it where he does in fact stretch his toe beans out. Busy with a report and suddenly I just hear, oh, toe beans! Yes. I mean, it's cute, man. How can you resist the toe beans? Oh yeah, we have the feeding trebuchet. Yeah, I thought as much. It has to go somewhere near the... somewhere near the front. This makes sense. That looks like a good spot. Here we got our little toot, our little horn. Okay. You go make yourself useful. Let's see. Yeah, we can send someone there. Rachel calls that particular thing has been making bread. Oh, so yeah, making bread, making biscuits. They're little bakers, hard at work. 100% on the same page as Rachel there. But also the toe bean stretching. That is like a sleepy behavior, definitely. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the pet. It's almost done. You're gonna see the scholars are gonna come out and be all mad because they got nothing to research. Oh no, he's happy. Okay, so I know we need the other things, but I really want the warehouse because I think that'll be really useful because I have a lot of materials just sitting around doing nothing. How many unemployed people do we have? I don't know, man. I don't know how this works. There's just stuff laying everywhere. So those are just people that'll make themselves busy. They'll pick up materials, go pack it away, all sorts of stuff like that. What was that? Is he waking up? Good morning. Pet undo. How pet? Let me pet. Let me pet. Pet. How pet? Let me pet him. I want to pet him. Do we have to build like a back scratcher or something? How does this work? Pet. I don't know how to pet him. I'm not gonna lie. I only have the doctor. The doctor we can put anyway. That's fine. I'll put the doctor close to him as well. This area is reserved for him. It's special spot. They were up to their own shit. Wait, what happened? Oh, your family was up to their own shit. You had to eat by yourself. Oh man, I'm sorry. I know everything's a mess right now. Trust, believe, guys. I've got this under control. I also don't know what we do with the... God, we have so many berries. I'm trying to slowly work my way through them all. Hey! 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 Ben! Bow, 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 bow. Thank you, Ben. How are you doing?
High five at Jargon 1674.
15 months! It's so crazy. Because I've had, like, this past week, a lot of people were on, like, 16 months. I'm like, how have I known people for this long? You know, never mind people that I've known for longer, but, like, just to think. You guys have been around for that long. Thank you. Hey, Biscuities. Why you mad? Let's see. There's not many rocks. And while you can harvest the spiky ones, I don't want to because it makes the baby sad. So we're not gonna do that. Because why would you want to make the baby sad, you know? You know what? Yeah, let's do like so for now. Why won't it let me assign someone? Oh, there we go. Why is there... Oh, they probably destroyed a berry bush. Hooded, it's been 2 months? Goddamn. No, you haven't been around for that long. But you are very around. We'll say that much. Those are words, right? Look at the in the distance, like, oh my god, this game is so good. You can see him like taking steps. I don't know, I don't think we need water, to be fair. This could be useful. And let's go there as well. Why not? I don't need more fucking sand, that's for sure. You are very around. Okay. Once that warehouse is done, I'll build 1 or 2 warehouses, depending on their size. I think it'll just be useful to have. And then I want to build more water towers and stuff. I just want to know, how do I pet the boy? I haven't figured that one out yet. Whoa! The fuck? I messed up my thing. Sorry guys, you see nothing. It's for some reason behind my game. Did I mess up the... I did it again. Messed up the size. I want to know how to pet this guy. Oh, I was supposed to be growing corn. Water buckets? Wait, did the cactus turn into water buckets? Or what the fuck? Meeting time? No worries. I want to say enjoy, but honestly it's not an enjoyable thing. These guys all just standing around. Thank you for the onigiris. Why are these... They're just sitting there with water buckets. I'm so confused. Go on, guys. Go pack the water away or something. I don't know. Minus 25? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I don't know too much about airspeed, but what the fuck is that humidity? What happens when it's humid but cold? Because I don't really have much experience with that. Wait. Is this person going to go feed the Unbu? Constipator and laxative. Snow? Oh, that makes sense, yeah. We don't necessarily have rain if it's humid. It's just fucking everything feels moist all the time. Your whole body just feels wet. It feels like you're just laying in a puddle of yourself when it's humid. Doesn't necessarily mean you get any precipitation. Which honestly sucks. I don't know what to do about this. Why is it not... I don't know what to do about that. They need to remove the waters. Go steal those waters so we can plant shit again. Oh, and the doctor's ready, so if the baby gets sick. Nice. Are we still making food for him? Okay, they're finally removing some of the water. So we can... What was that other thing I want to see? Grilled tomatoes. Just requires tomatoes. I kind of want to grow tomatoes for a bit and see how that goes. But I need them to remove these waters, because what the fuck? This thankfully had no water, so that'll clear up some of it. Hey! What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, P-Squids. You're making breakfast. Ooh, make some for me. Please and thank you. Oatmeal and omelets? Whoa. I don't think I could eat oatmeal and omelets. I'd eat like half an omelet and then I'm full. Okay, yeah, we'll let them take all the water out and then we'll get back there. Look at this guy taking fucking shortcuts. There's a road there for a reason. You dingaling. And you? Oh, you work at the kitchen? Sorry, mate. And you? Oh, there's nothing to do here. Cool, fair enough. Just waiting for a couple more of those waters to get moved. You could destroy both. Gulf and I have this silly thing where we share breakfast, so he eats half the bowl and half the omelet. Oh, that's nice though! Did you get a bit of both? I think that's nice. What's happening in the world around us? We definitely don't need water. There's really not much around us. My god. Oh, we still have people on the expedition? That's fine then. Alright. Why are they idle people? Oh, probably because we can't make that yet. Warehouse! Man, this thing really wants me to collect dung. Ooh! But it's fine. Let's go back to following the recommended ones. Okay, warehouse. How big? Whoa! That's mighty big. Pretty large. Settles! Thank you for the beady! Might put it there. Yeah? What's up, buddy? You just making squeakers? I can feed him? Is that how you feed? Oh! No, no, no! Oh my god! That was very cool. You want another one, buddy? I don't know how... Maybe it'll just automatically feed him, but watch what is gonna launch the fucking meatball at him. Let's go, let's go! No. Oh, I have to wait a bit to feed him again? Okay, that's fine. Whoa! The food bar went down by a lot. Oh, and then I can destroy these tiny ones. Hey, we're growing tomatoes now! Fuck yeah! Oh yeah, I wanted to build more quichen. Where was I gonna build the quichens? What about that?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker! Mau! How are you? You're hot? Were you driving? Oh, Mao, can I show you something cute? Watch this. Are they doing it? Oh, it just says preparing. You have to wait for the royal feeder to come. Where is our guy? There he is. This is the royal Onbu feeder. He is on their way to go feed the boy. I have so many idle people currently. What am I looking? Oh, you're dropping off moose? Nice. Look at the staff. We're gonna feed the boy. You're gonna catch it. I wish I could zoom out more. But he eat the meatball. He's a happy boy because he gets to eat the meatball. Alright, let's see. We need more stuff. Not enough workers available. Do we maybe need to decrease? Yeah. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Toasted bagel hot? Oh man. toasted bagels hot? Surely if it was burnt to a crisp bagel, it would be truly hot. But maybe you're just warm to the touch. Wait, I'm gonna make like so, actually. Isn't there like a... Ah, I'm dumb. Don't mind me. People can't drive? Yes. 100% believable. Now the question is, I know there's an upgrade for the pantry, but how big will it be? And am I gonna regret where I built this? There was traffic? Yeah. Okay, so... we can bam, bam, bam. Yeah, buddy? What's up? Are you going doo-doos? Good boy. Yeah, look, there's... people turn into instant morons. They completely forget how to drive. 1, when there's rain, and 2, when there's load shedding. No one knows how a 4-way stop works. Truly mind-boggling. I'm really wanting to get rid of this, but I still haven't figured out how to pet this guy yet. Hold on. I wonder if there's like a... We can feed him again though. Is there a way to pet you, buddy? Give you belly rubs? Scratch behind your ears? Do you have ears? I don't know. Oh, pet! Okay. We'll feed you and we'll pet you when you're done there. And then maybe I won't feel so bad if I have to harvest this. He's gonna do a big ol' yawn. His name's Doo-Doo. Because he's a big old sleepyhead. Do the robots just go blinky? Sometimes, yeah. I love the yawn. Oh, man. Oh! Why is he getting up? Huh? Oh, because he's getting fed. Ah. He's gonna get bothered in a second for pets as well. No one knows how to handle the blinky traffic lights? Yeah. We're preparing the pets? What does that mean? Oh! Yeah, yeah. I don't know how many of these things we would actually need. Like, I might just stick with 4, to be fair. Oh, this is in the way. Actually, I must just see. Oh, no, no, no. The thing is, it needs ore, and I don't know how to make that yet. So I think we do need to go down this tree a little bit. We need the iron furnace. So yeah, that'll be a little bit of a work in progress. You're so excited for the pets? Yeah, it looks like we're busy cooking them up now. Wait, there's a balloon! What's the balloon doing? What's the balloon doing? Did he already pet? Huh? There's the hot air balloon? Yeah, it did pet them. Damn it. That's fine, I'll catch it next time. You've worked an entire hour today? Oh my goodness. Hi, Dreamy! Thank you for the onigiris. So these are not going to be very useful now, so I'll leave the other ones up for now. But they will become useful in time. Oh, is he getting up? I'm doing good. How are you? I think I'm just gonna build them up along the side here. Because I know I want to move the mushroom farm over here. I also wanted one here, but I feel really bad about destroying the thing, man. Your wallet's crying a little bit because of the petrol prices. Ooh, when to fill up your car. Yeah. Can understand that. How about put pantries over here? Can put a couple. I already regret building this here because I could have built 2 pantries next to each other. Fuck. I might just do that. Fuck it! I'm gonna waste a lot of resources. But hopefully we get out of the desert soon. Do we have some idle motherfuckers? Come make yourselves useful. It used to cost you almost 500? Oh no. Fights the spread of toxic plants using biogas or ombu bile as fuel. I don't need that for now, I think. Oh, I forgot I wanted to put the village doctor somewhere here. Maybe I can put them on the side. Not that it matters. Ombu wags its tail! Hi! Hi, Waggy Tail! You must be happy. I'll pet him again when I can. He's not hungry, so I'm not gonna feed him now. How's the tomatoes going? We got... Oh, we ran out of beets. Let's get some grilled tomatoes in there. And what is this? Berry muesli? We still good for berries? Do we have a spare person? We do. Okay. I've been slacking on harvesting materials, like other materials. So what I want to do is maybe have a couple farms down this way. But also just position them better. Can I rebuild this without wasting too much? Should be fine, I think. I'm a bit of an idiot, guys. I'm very indecisive. Now it's almost 1,000? Holy shit. Yeah, that is mad. That's cray cray. Nomads! See, there's forest there. We might as well, since it's close. Okay, there's a bunch of resources. So what we're gonna do is we build 1, 2, and then a kitchen here. I try and work from home as much as possible because petrol driving to the office is way too much. Yeah. If it is possible, then yeah. It's definitely much better. Are these guys chopping wood? Yep. Alright, I need to get rid of this first. Once these ones are built, then I will be able to. Yeah, but this is kind of nicely central, this warehouse. If the thing with the video editing works out, then I can be completely remote. Oh, I really hope, Mal. That definitely helps a lot. Ooh! God damn it. Wandering across the dry desert plains, your scavengers encounter scouts from another tribe. They want to start a new settlement and ask you to help them build a fountain as there's no water nearby. If we had water, we could give them some of ours. But we don't. We're in need of these resources as well. I kind of want to decline, yeah. Ah, that's kind of nice. I kind of regret not going to get water from those oases now because I have no water. Ombu wags his tail. Let's only harvest. Only harvest. Because, yeah. Water's looking a little grim. Okay, we can get rid of this one now. Ooh. After a long walk, the party passes a muddy spot in the desert. A brave scavenger wants to get a better look at it and inspects it. Seconds later, they are knee-deep in quicksand. There's no time to lose. We have to help fast. It's too dangerous to go in. Send the rest of your party to look for something to pull their friend out. The situation is too dangerous. There's nothing we can do. Kitty walking time. Enjoy, Smurf. It's too dangerous to go in. Go look for something to pull their friend out. You know, because quicksand is a very, scary thing. One worker died! No! Oh, I'm so sad. Ganon! Ganon died on a mission. Sorry, Ganon. I really thought we could save him if we got a sensible way. The thing is, I could have lost more people by sending all of them in. I don't know. It seemed risky, though. Did I make the right call? I don't know. Gonna remember that forever. Wasn't Ganon the bad guy in Zelda? Just trying to remember the name of the game. Yeah, it is his name. Okay, perfect. Technically mine was with 2 N's. But you know. I'm gonna leave that part out. Oof. The food situation is not looking good. How's it going, homie? Oi, 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 oi. Gotta get out of the desert? Yeah, I agree. Can I make you run, bud? He accepts it! Oh my god, he's gonna run. He Newman now. It's because I've been petting him and feeding him. Look how fast he's going. Imagine he trips. Umbu wags his tail because he's a happy boy. How terrifying it would be to be on this thing while he's running. I mean, this is running. This speed is running, so... I don't know. An oasis. Please. What is this? It would be nice to know what biome this is. As long as it's not the fucking desert, man, I guess. Because this looks like it's going towards desert. Mine. There's a settlement. This looks like me when I'm running. Mood, truly. It's a bit hard to see. We'll come back in a second. Compost heap. Okay, so either way, it looks like we're getting out of the desert, but I don't know. I can also be enticed by meatballs, yeah? I don't know what this is, but it looks a lot more promising than the actual desert. I reckon we go southeast. Hey, accepted! Good boy! He's still wagging his tail. What a sweet boy. I don't know if we can afford to have more, but I feel bad turning people away. Oh, it was only 2 people? That's fine. Let's go, let's go. Oh, there was a sleepy spot there for him, but it's okay. I'm just hoping this is better than a desert, because this lack of water is harshing my mellow man. I'm definitely gonna need more of these water tanks. Oh, he pooped! Damn it, I always miss the poop. We're having meatballs and spaghetti for dinner tonight? Hell yeah! We're having takeaways. Because Ray said I should stream. So he's like, no, just stream. We'll get takeaways. Three water tanks should be fine. Hard relate. Yeah! Did you see? I don't know if you saw, but there was a picture on tweeters. Some woman had blue water coming out of her taps. Which very possibly was like chemicals. No, don't sleep in the desert, homie. Oh man. Okay, this is fine. At least we're getting somewhat sustained by the berries here. That's keeping us alive. But the tomatoes are only gonna take us so far, you know? Yes, baby! I'm gross, yeah. I wish I could use that with Jenny. I'm gonna stream Let's Order Food. Well, you see, that's the thing. I didn't suggest it, he did. So you gotta get Jenny to suggest it. Oh, he's tired because I was making him run. Oh, sorry. Sorry, sweet baby. That was my fault. I made him sleepy. Sleepy. He's a sleepy boy. Hi, Puggy! Hello, hello. Are you sleepy? Oh. Why did that make a noise? Oh, because it was constructed. We're good. They brought 44 water. Hell yeah. Maybe we can grow some things. You're not sleepy, you're awake. Fantastic. You're off tomorrow, right? Is it Wednesday and Thursday? I always fucking forget which days you're off. Brain no worky. Hi llama llama! Might as well get some sand while we're here. I hate that they make like a gigantic splashing noise. Like, can you not rub it in, please? We need berries for food. 'Cause, oh boy. We still have some tomatoes that we can feed to the people, so... It does say the food will... We're kind of going to run out of food today, but... I don't want to wake him up. I don't know if I can even wake him up. 2 visits in one 24-hour period. The pepper spray seems to have stopped working. Wait, what? By whomst? Oh, you're off Thursday and Friday. Oh. Time zones are confusing, man. But I'll try and stick that in the old noodle. So that means you can stay up late on a Wednesday and a Thursday, because you have the next day off. I don't want to wake him up, but... We gotta go, homie. Sorry. I'm sorry. We need to go. We need to go before we run out of food. It's draining very fast. Sanic fast, some might say. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Wake up and die of starvation? No, not him. He's not dying of starvation. He is well fed, actually. It's our people that I'm concerned about. We very much need water. Do you think I can get him to run? Yeah, I know. Imagine how much food. So for the most part, he takes care of himself, to be fair. Where are your owners? Okay, this one's on the way. Keep the big donor alive, that's all that matters. Yeah, but he does feed himself, basically. Where's this other oak? You eating? So they go up in this balloon, and they go pet the good boy. This guy's taking... Charlena taking their sweet time. I named one of these little villagers her son, because I made him the doctor. And then we didn't need the doctor anymore, and I was like, oh, okay. So... There we go. They're on their way to go pet the boy. Not too sure what they do. Oh! You're interrupting my petting time. Whoa, that's a very interesting way to pet your own boo, but okay. So they're giving him actual head pats with the hot air balloon? That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna make him stop running. How far did we get? Oh no, not a heat wave. I just want to know. This looks like more desert. Have I made a mistake? Hopefully it's not as dry. Cause yikes. Anyway. We are surviving simply on berries. Oh wait, couldn't we plant cactus? Damn it, I should have been doing that. Whoa. There's like giant cactus in the background. Jenny got these seed cluster things from an Asian store. 2 centimeters. So pretty small. 400 calories per thing. Probably eat something similar but bigger. Oh yeah, very dense. You want to pet it? Same. $400 calories is like a third of my budget. Wow, that sounds way too low. Okay, let's see. What were we doing? I want to change up how I do the farms. Oh, my VTuber was losing its shit. 1,400? That doesn't seem like much at all. That doesn't seem enough for an adult person with a body. How many calories? Okay, I'll be honest with you. I'm not too sure about the calories. I only knew the kilojoules. So, I could be very wrong. I've never counted calories. I was only counting kilojoules. So maybe it's fine. Do we have more berries anywhere? Entered a desert? Where were we before? Are you joking? I should have gone this way maybe. Shit. It's fine. We grow cactus now. Can we cook anything with cactus? Because I have a sweet tooth. So what calories should an adult person be eating? We can't eat. Harvesting it doesn't yield anything yet. Is it because it's not... What? Because they turned into water buckets the last time, so I'm a bit confused. 1,400 will put you in deficit, especially if you're active. You'll lose weight and eventually lose muscle. Oh shit! We're supposed to have 2,000 to 2,500. God damn. Depends on your daily activity. Yeah, that's also fair. Forest. See, Mao, yours is too low. For a man's, you should be eating way more. This oak just standing here staring at me. This one also. Go make yourselves useful. Because testosterone, I wonder... I feel like it's definitely something you'd have to speak to a doctor about, just to be sure. You eat 700 a day? Puggy. Girl, you're gonna die. Or at the very least become sick. It produces water? Oh my god, I could have been doing that the whole time. Okay, well now I know. I can find 700 calories laying around without trying. I had a box of Astros earlier. It only shows me in kilojoules. But it was maybe around 800 kilojoules. Stick to resistance training. Oh, nice. At least you know what you're doing, Bidoof. Do these things not have any inventory? It doesn't look like it. Because we're still in the desert, technically. Oasis! Let's send one here, one here. I am lazy. Ah, yeah, mood. I understand that. I too am lazy. But I'm not necessarily looking to lose weight at the moment, so it's okay. It's all good. Okay. So when it becomes maybe less hairy, I want to move this bad boy. Uh-oh. Hot weather. These guys gonna do okay? Yep. Jumping to conclusions, running my mouth, and flying off the handle. A mood. Compost heap. Hell yeah. Poop. Okay, buddy. You're just gonna have to bear with me. You want a sleepy? Let's maybe wait until we get out of this heat, if he can handle it. Flying off the handle is reserved for Wednesdays? Ah, I see. Is this the unlucky person? Onfroy! Onfroy, who's been with us since the beginning. You're gonna piss off the boy a little bit, but... Short, temporary temperature increase. Oh, I already saw that one. He wags his tail. That means he's okay for now. Hopefully this doesn't hurt him too badly. Sorry, buddy. You can't take the heat, get out of the desert. I'm trying! You could afford to lose some weight. I don't know, Buggy, because every time I see you post pictures, you look thinner and thinner. I didn't want to say anything. In case, like... it made you sad, but it sounds like you're not eating. You're not eating enough. She's not a bigger person, though. She's very small. She's already very small. Now she's becoming smaller. Unbelievable. My friend is fading away. Oh, it's Dudu's time? That's all good, buddy. Food stand, that's cute. Oh, in remote areas? So if they're like, if they work here, that could be cute to have a little food stand there. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. He's grumpy now because we took the spike out. I'm sorry. But since we aren't currently using this, that means I can destroy this and then rebuild another one. What are the spikes? So the spikes are part of them. So it says can be harvested but reduces Ombu trust. So it's just the spikes. It's like part of his body. The problem is, I don't know, are the spikes increasing? I can't tell if they're increasing, but it's a little bit of a problem if I want to build somewhere and there's a spike. That's the only one I've removed so far. If possible, I want to try and build around them, as you can see over here. So maybe there'll be some wasted space, but rather that than making him unhappy. She's trying to make it so you can put her in your pocket. I mean, it looks like it's going that way. Llama! Thank you. It's like Sky during the warmer months when I pull out tufts of his fur. He always turns around and looks at me like I've stolen something from him. He just looks around at me like, the audacity, this bitch. You're okay, Puggy? Okay. That's fine, that's fine. Is our water situation a little bit better? How does this work? Are we storing any of it? Doesn't feel like it. Let's maybe build, make some corn. Our food situation is looking a little grim. Ooh. It's gone now. Chicken schnitzel and wedges in the fryer now? Nice. Air fryer, not deep fryer, right? Whoop.
My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
I can't believe you've done this. I don't think I'm losing weight, but you don't own a scale? Okay, well, just based on your pictures, Puggy, you do look like you've lost weight. So, I don't know. Do you guys remember when I had too much water and I didn't know how to get rid of all of it? Well, now everyone's gonna starve. No. Let's follow the melody again and see what happens. Oh, no, same situation. Oh, we're still in really hot... Oh, man. I want him to move. Just get out of the really hot sun, dude. If that's okay with you. Stinky desert. It is truly stinky. Woof. Thank you for the onigiris. He just took a shit. Hi, Kira! Hello, hello! How are you? Oi, 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 oi. Berries? 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 More berries? Berries, please? Where berries? Oh. Oh, there's more berries here. Oh, there's loads of berries here. Now's the time to be finding bread in those outposts and shit. Please and thank you. The food situation is a little bit grim. Thank you for the shouty outy. Are you doing good, Kira? Oh, da 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 da. Don't know why there were workers there, but anyway. I think we can reduce these guys for now. Maybe more people will go harvest the berries. Okay, fresh air. It's just hot and arid now. Yeah, good dudes over here, bud. Yes, good boy. You gonna sleepies? I wish I could make him sleep though. Because otherwise there's not too much point. I don't remember what the pink biome was. I don't think this helps with his sleepiness. Shouty outy! Yeah. Wait, where's Jargon going? You go find calories and caffeine? Oh shit! Enjoy! Yeah, it doesn't reduce his sleepiness at all. Oh! Oh! There's a meatball! He's eating! Hey yo! Speaking of calories... Nice. He's gonna get head pats in a moment. I think we can... Since we're going nowhere slowly. Yeah! Doesn't trust your command. He's going to sleep now? You motherfucker! It's because I sponked the ponk on his back. Oh! Food stand? Oh, this one. Anyway. Bring back some coffee? You bring back some coffee. Isn't it morning for you, Kira? You gotta bring the coffee. Yeah, spunk the ponk on his back. Poor baby, he's not very happy with me now. It's almost 10 AM? Ah, so it is still morning for you. For me, it's almost 5 PM. Oh, what's this? Your scavengers interfere with a shaman ritual of the native tribe of the settlement. Furious, they start threatening your people, insisting that you provide a sacrifice for another... Grab what you can and run away. I got herbs! I wanted food, man! It's okay. Send some pets. I did already send some pets. The pet was sent. You see, there's the balloon going back. It's almost midnight for Puggy. What time do you need to get to bed? Normally. I'm sustaining these people on fucking berries. And then they leave the berries to sit on the floor like this. The fuck, guys? Do berries grow on trees? Okay, when things are a little less dire, we'll rebuild the farm situation. Like 4 AM-ish? That's not too bad. Do you normally stay up to 4 AM? Or is that just the time you could stay up if you wanted to? Okay, food situation is looking a little less hairy. We haven't died yet. But, huh. I'm unsure. I feel like it must be mountains, the pink stuff. So I am gonna hopefully head that way. I'm going to keep on feeding him and petting him in the hopes that he will listen to me again so we can actually go that way. You always stay up until you have to sleep? Oh my goodness. That sounds about right. Okay, I think the polenta is definitely helping with the food situation. Because the corn is actually doing really well in this weather. Doesn't require a lot of water to grow either. So we might just switch between that and cactus. So we can generate some water. But honestly, I should have had multiple farms. I should have had different farms for different... He accepts your command! Fuck yes! Okay, we're good. I'm pretty sure this is mountains, though. If I'm wrong, then I'm gonna cry, but, you know. At least it's not brown, it's not desert. Yeah, there's not too much else to look at the moment. This is fine. Honestly, since this is... I don't know, I kind of just want to leave him for a little bit just to get these 3 tanks full. Oh wait, we don't have more food. Can we pet him yet? Not for a while still. Oh, we still have food! Yeah, fuck yeah. Let's throw him one anyway. Doesn't need it, but maybe I'll make him happy. Let me leave it like this. You guys can watch this for a little bit. I need to go get water. I have run out. I am thirsty. They brought back 1 knowledge. Okay, let me go find something for them first. Yeah, let's go here. It's a quick one. Alright. You guys might get to see him being fed. I'll be back. Take my onigiris with me. I am back, I have water. I didn't realize how hot it was in my room. I'm sitting here with jeans and slippers on. God damn. Okay. Guys, I said the other day I don't get addicted to stuff, but I'm starting to question that. Okay, so I think... Ooh! But this is green. Is that maybe jungle? What do you guys think I should do? Jeans? Yeah, Anya, hey? I don't know. I was chilly this morning. It's very overcast and grey at the moment. So I think this is like mountains. And this is very simply green. He may not change his mind though. But we can try. Do you think we give it a try? Risk it for the biscuits? Hope that this is something good. He accepts your command. Thank God. Okay. Let's book it! Yoink it! Jeans in your own home? Yeah? They're comfy. So, to be fair, they're like jeggings. Because my fat ass doesn't fit into normal jeans. The badonk is too strong for the jeans. So they're very comfortable. Jeggings are so nice. They are! They're very comfy. It's something that you can accidentally fall asleep in, which is definitely something I've done. That's slightly better. What about good old tracky pants? You see, they would have been too warm, Peggy. These are not very good at keeping you warm. They're definitely warmer than wearing shorts, but... Also, my room got dark hella fast. I think it's because of the storm clouds above. There's like a storm literally rolling in right now. And I think we might have a massive thunderstorm tonight. Unfortunately, I have no electricity from 8 to 12 tonight, so I can't even share it with you guys. How's it going, homie? Oh my goodness. I know he's running, but damn. You wanna go a little faster? No, I'm being mean for no reason. They brought back sand. Thanks, guys. Well, I'm gonna let him run, and then hopefully he falls asleep here. Oh shit, hold on. No, no, no. Back to corn. We just got water sitting here. Food is looking a-okay though. We will survive, guys. They brought sand again? To be fair, I'm sending them to places full of sand, so... You know, what are they supposed to bring back? Thank you for the onigiris! Puggy's shock at me wearing jeans. Oh my god. So funny. Is your village wandering? It is! Look! You wanna go doo-doos? You wanna lay down, little buddy? You gonna sleepies? Yeah, good boy. I love him so much. Well, go catch it then! Oh shit! Be right back, I need to run! Need to start cooking dinner? No worries, Dreamy. I have to put on jeans occasionally when I have to use my camera. The actual worst. Oh, man. This is my favorite. That's me when I yawn in the morning. How are these people not seasick? I don't know, man. The village would make me seasick? Yeah. Dino sick? Yeah. But he's a good boy. He's doing his best. We're all just along for the ride, you know? Did that motherfucker just eat my corn? Don't eat the corn. We have to cook the corn. So that we have enough food for everybody, you asshole. Because of you, we're gonna struggle with food now. And you? Oh yeah, I guess he doesn't actually need. He's got all these people standing around. Actually, we can leave the one guy there. But these people are just wasting oxygen. Y'all could be harvesting berries. Or something. Sleep command. Oh, but the sawmill? Yes. I don't think I need to tell him to sleep. He seems pretty good at deciding when is a good time to sleep. Okay, so there's one berry bush here that isn't in the radius. There isn't a sea. How can you get seasick? Sweet relief. What's the premise of this game? Is it like a village builder? Yeah, basically. So you're on the back of this big dinosaur. You're roaming through the world. And he takes you through different biomes, different environments. Currently it's hot and arid, so there's no water, so I'm struggling a little bit with my inventory management. But yeah, you build all kinds of things. We're researching. We've got people doing different jobs. But yeah, it's just a simulation, you know, town management thing. It's not, I don't know, I guess the point is just to keep everything going. I don't know where we're headed, but you know, we're on the way. I hope that made sense. I saw this in an advert on Reddit and I was like, oh my god. And I showed it to Ray and he's like, hey, I've seen that too. And I was like, this looks really cute, I want to play it. So he got it for me. Blessed. Living with almost constant motion would affect your equilibrium. What if you were born on this thing? Noah. It's all good. You're a joke? Wow. Let's bully Noah. It's bully Noah day. I have been going through a desert for way too long and I wasn't prepared, so I don't have a lot of water. So I'm looking forward to going to a place that has water again. Let's book it, baby. Scooch your pooch. Got him. Noah's never gonna recover from that. He's forever scarred. Let's see. Any more bushes? There's just these damn trees everywhere. Does that mean I'm funny? Why? Because you won't recover? I mean...
Excuse me.
Ah! Alewil? Ailwil? Oh god, I don't know how to read your name, but thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. Maybe I can just call you Will if that's okay. Nay, brew! Increased toxicity? The higher... Move your master biotoxic display top bar. Oh wait, here? Low. Ground toxicity? Oh my god. Guys, we picked the wrong area. Shit. Jokes are usually, hopefully funny. I mean... Depends on the person, right? Pick them up, yeah. Why not? 2 poisoned. Oh shit. Okay, let's get the doctor in action. Hassan! Where Hassana? We need a doctor. Alex? Oh! Alawal? So am I calling you Alex then? Where are my doctors though? Oh wait, this is turned off. There we go. Okay. I'm not very smart. Sorry guys. It was just a joke, sweetie. Calm down. Doctor. Okay, we're good for water again. So, I'm just gonna get the food production up and then we will hopefully sort our shit out. I'm just a little bit worried about the toxicity, but we can cure him. We can make him better, so I guess it's not too much of an issue. It's just when he goes sleepies, might be a little bit more dangerous. Okay. I think the doctors are currently working. Oh, we can't grow corn at the moment. Let's do beets. Beets by dad. I mean, what? Whatever you want. So I can call you whatever you want. Nice to meet you, whatever you want. How are you doing today? Uh-oh, he's sleepy. Did I leave him on run again? He's gonna lay down now. Yeah, buddy. The toxicity is gonna be high, but it's fine. We got meds for him. Is this game worth it? Listen. I've been playing it the entire day. For my entire stream so far. Steam says I've been playing for 4 hours. Sorry, there's a sleepy boy yawning at the moment. I've only been playing this for 4 hours. But I would die for this game. It's amazing.
Would you like a cup of water?
Ooh!
You look thirsty as fuck right now.
Thank you, Peace Quids. You're heading to work now? I hope it goes well, Peace Quiddies. Thank you for the lurkies. Have a lovely day. Yeah, I've been playing this game. I played it a little bit last night, and I couldn't sleep at night because I was just thinking about playing this game. Oh, just a sec. I didn't realize the time. It is dinner time, guys. So I'm just gonna munch while I play. But I'm gonna mute my mic, so you guys don't hear me slurping my noodles. And this guy, oh, he wants to feed the baby. So in terms of what I like about this game, is that it's simple enough for me to like be able to stream it and relax and play it and just have fun. But also like it's keeping my attention, it's keeping my focus. And it's really cute. I love the art, the music. Oh. I came across an advert for this. I know I've mentioned this like 100 times, but I still can't believe it. I came across an advert on Reddit of all places, and now I'm in love with this game. You forgot to play cookies? Don't worry, I'm kicking your ass in the guild battle, so you don't have to worry, Jargon. Yes, I'm definitely doing it for the guild and not for myself. But thank you for your advice, because yeah, Blackberry is actually a really cool cookie. I wish I'd used her before. It turned off your auto. No! To be fair, I had one run against, what is that black sludgy one? Where, for whatever reason, like 3 of my cookies died. All my cookies died before the time ended, and I was like, what the fuck happened? It happens every now and then, it's very weird. So it's a mobile game, Noah. But it's a lot of fun. And it's a gacha. But the devs are like really generous. So they give you lots of currency for basically just playing the game. Yeah, they're not real husbandos. They may have the voice of husbandos, but at the end of the day, they are cookies. Buggy. Yeah, I think I played yesterday. I am kind of slacking a little bit, but it's okay. It'll be fine. You smashed the download, yeah? Oh, the doctor's going to fix him to make him feel better. Give him medicine. Oh, sorry, buddy. Is that yucky medicine? Is he gonna yawn again? No, he's just getting up. Bless, I love this thing. I wish you could name him, though. That would be very cute. Start on Hollyberry? Yes, please. Noah, if you can, start on Hollyberry, because that's where we are. Oh yeah, I got one of these. Oh my god, and it's perfect. Oh my god. No, it's huge! Holy fucking shit balls. Okay, never mind. I was gonna put it there, but never mind. That's okay. This is fine. That's what she said. Is it though? Is that what she said? Debatable. Whoa, they're all full? Oh my god. I think we can start doing this again, actually. I think that's way more than enough, actually. Quarry? Yes. Because we did the sawmill already, which could be very useful. Whoop! Kiddo! Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Do I just... Will it only be next to it? Oh, it has to be adjacent. I see. Okay. Could be good to have, though. It's 100% efficiency now? Is that because, more berry bushes grew? I don't know. Beets are doing good. This guy? Oh, this is the kitchen. Yeah, let's, get him out of there. Do we need more herbs? How are we looking for herbs? Couldn't hurt to get a little bit going. I might actually move this, to be fair. Oh! Ray just bought me a juicy! I don't know her, I only have third-party knowledge. That's fair. Oh, what is this? An old machine arriving at the site. Oh, it's one of these things again. Let's try turning it on this time and see what happens. Ah. Gives me stone slabs. Fantastic. Where's my juice? At the shop? Go get it. Yeah, I agree. Go get it. Oh. Actually, when last did I send someone out? I'm kind of scared to send people to this, because... Let's send one and see what happens. I just don't want people to die, and I feel like that's especially how people would die. Okay. Let's get some mushroom people in there. This one's not too much of a thing. Oh no, no crying. It's just a Lucasade. How long have I been streaming for? I need the energies. So I need the mushrooms so I can make food for the boy. Because you need a lot of mushrooms. to make food for the boy. Is this person sick? Poisoned? Where's the doctor? Wait, where did the sick people go? Oh, is it because of the... Do we have other sick people? Oh, the doctor's gonna go help him. He's also sick. Yeah, the doctor's helping him. Nice! Okay. %? Not 3%, 1%, but 3 of my villagers are poisoned. Yeah, I think we definitely need... if we have more people there. Alright guys, what do you think? What direction are we gonna go in? Squirt some tears? What the fuck? Nay, brew, that's a weird thing to say to someone. Bucky. You're excused. Oh, the boy's gonna stop to eat? Perfect. He's looking a little hungry. Do we have enough houses? We do. One person's poisoned. People are happy. Okay, I want to look. How do we go about compost? I probably should have done this a while ago. Oh, I'll probably need the dung collector. Please tell me I have to put the dung collector by his bum. Because this is the only place that would make sense to place it. You know? Mushroom. Mushroom, mushroom. Bacha, 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 bacha. This process likely reduces its health and trust in you. I'm not gonna do that then. 2 got poisoned during the scavenge hunt? I see, okay. So that's what happens. That makes sense. I had it on only harvest. I was like, why is no one doing anything? What a fucking idiot. He evacuated his bowels? No! Bro, I didn't build the poop collector yet. Look at all the good peoples bringing stuff. Okay. After whatever's getting planted now, we're just gonna set it to only harvest. So they can clear out everything that's growing. And then I can move the farm. Because I think ideally I'm gonna have about 3 farms. Like over here. I'm gonna move this. And move whatever else I need to move. Actually... Did it need to be symmetrical like that? No. But you know what? It would have bothered me if it wasn't. So it's okay. So we'll have those bolts, and then I want to get rid of this one, because honestly, it's a complete fuck-up to have to walk that far. My Uki is poisoned, but I think we still have 2 doctors on duty to take care of them. And this is much closer. If they get back and the doctor's like, oh, you guys are sick, you know, can easily be taken care of. One is badly poisoned. Whomst. Hope the doctor gets to him quickly. Duty! You know it. How are we doing, bud? Which way are we going, guys? Do we go this way or this way? Do we go, what is it, north? Oh. Oh, we don't have someone on the thing to do the thing, to decide where to go. Okay, there we go. We need to make it fast. Northeast? Southeast? I say we go northeast. Cupcake. Anyway, I clicked northeast because there's a sleepy spot and a feed spot, so I think it'll be good to go that way. Oops. Boop boop, he accepted the command. Okay. Oh, this is full. Yeah, that's a good thing. I want it to be like that. Okay, this is looking good. Resources looking good. Mushrooms looking good. Herbs looking good. They're very slow with planting, despite the fact that there's 3 of them. Oh, they can just take water straight from this? Oh, that's amazing. Guys, honestly, if you want something relaxing to play, this is the one. Okay, those just need to be harvested now, and then I can destroy and rebuild. Bro, go harvest. What are you standing around for? Here. Come here. Why are you taking turns? What the? Oh, he's harvesting now. Okay, we're good. We're good. Welcome back, Dreamy. How's Dindins? That's a pile of beets. Go pack them away, you animal. Bunch of slack-offs. Hey, yo! Will! I'm gonna call you Will just because the part in the beginning just makes me want to say ale every time. Thank you! You gifted a subby to Warm! Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. Hey, yo! That gave me a fright though. As usual. Puggy Wuggies indeed. Where's my Puggy Wuggies button? I have one somewhere. I really need to fix my stream deck. Oh! Oh no, I'm lost. Okay. Back to this. So what I'm gonna do, it may seem like a waste of space, but this is just how I want to build my farms. I don't know. I don't think it needs to be super effective. How did I destroy again? Deconstruction? Like so. I'm the only waste of space here. Huh? I don't know if I want to leave space in between them. Maybe like a so. Unaffected by poison? Oh, nice. You can have a good rest here. We can send out some people. Awaiting decision? Oh, shit. Petrified footprints of an onbu, several meters deep, mark the surroundings of the quarry. We should follow the tracks and see where they lead us. We should investigate the tracks more closely. We did not come here to follow tracks from the past. Ooh, investigate them more closely. I'm very cautious. For knowledge! A scavenger finds an interesting object in one of the footprints. Oh my god. Very cool. Very, very cool. I like that. This one's only 2 hours. 18. 22. Let's send them out here. The dung collector! Yo, a sleepy boy. Sleepy sleeps. I just wanted to get everything cooked before my power goes off at 6. Nice! Yeah, my power's going off at 8. But I've eaten dinner. Alright, so, what I'm thinking... I want them to fucking build this. Hurry. Because I want to check the spacing. Sorry for the delay, no worries. You watching while working? Oh shit! I hope I'm not disturbing you too much. Because I can be randomly very loud sometimes. With no warning. Do you know this game? Have you seen people play it before? Because I looked on Twitch last night and there was one person playing it and I was like, please. Because I kind of wanted to see what it was like before I got it. And then I just got it anyway. And I'm like, why are more people not playing this game? So good, man. I'm very enjoying it. Whoa, what the fuck? Trying to steal my job? All of you! Into the bin. You're all rubbish. Talking nonsense. We can take shifts. Take shifts of wasting oxygen. Okay, so what I was thinking was... like this? And like this? Yeah, I think that's cute, guys. I like that. Okay, let's get plants in. We gonna do beets? Where's all my workers, though? Is everybody busy? Honestly, haven't quite learned yet how to figure out where people are and what they're doing. Oh, I see. I'm missing workers because I have a lot spread out. Oh, I have... all the scavenger huts are done? Okay, well that makes a lot of sense then. I'm just gonna... how do I know which ones I've sent out? Like which building is busy? It's not this one, right? I can destroy this one. And this one. So this one is out currently. Okay, that's perfect. That makes a lot of sense now. Why I was missing people. Okay, and then... waste of space belong... oh my god. In the waste bin. Okay, we don't need the doctors anymore, probably. Herbalists, we can bring it down to 1, maybe. We can bring it down to 2. We need dung collector. Sawmill, we can bring it down to 1. Kitchen, maybe bring it up 1. Berry gatherer, we'll leave it up a little bit for now. Yeah, I think that's fine. Because once you get this going, I think you only really need 1 person to maintain it. But yeah, now we're gonna get some people working there. But wait, there's more! We're gonna build another one. Are you uppies, my puppy? Yeah, baby, let's go! Kiss your ass goodbye! Hey! How you doing? It's 4:40. in the AM? Mad lads. Why are you awake in the middle of the week? You haven't slept yet? Oh my god. Lots of anxiety with all the rains. Is there like a threat of floods and stuff? Auckland's been flooding all week. Holy shit. Why does this look like I didn't place it evenly? We're on a hill, so my biggest worry is landslide. Ooh. And does the government like send out warnings and stuff to be like, hey guys, this is happening, keep your peepers peeled? Because you've gotten phone alerts all day. Shit. And do they have some kind of like evacuation? Like, would they tell you what you need to do? Because I know in that moment I would just be complete panic. I would not be able to brain at all. Shit, man. They say not to wait. If there's flooding, move to higher ground. Holy shit. And your house? Like if you know... You paid for a house, you just gotta abandon it? Renting a house at the moment. I guess I want to say it makes it better, but at the same time it's still like really scary. I don't have this yet. Might get that next. You're so expensive. Yeah, god. Well, I'm hoping, and I don't know how far hope will go, but I'm hoping that everything is all Gucci. That it doesn't come to needing to evacuate for you guys. Cause yeah. That's scary, man. I hope everyone's doing okay. I hope the family's okay. 20 million? Jesus. Yeah, you weren't joking when you said expensive. Jesus. That's a lot of moon. Okay, so we're on beef. Maybe wheat? No. Tomatoes. Yeah, let's do tomatoes. It's smaller than our place in Johannesburg was, and no swimming pool or large property. But you have electricity, almost no crimes. There are most certainly pros and cons, yes. What is this guy complaining about? Hungry? Is there no food? Oh, I guess I have been messing about a little bit. Sorry, guys. I wanted to check something and now. Oh, this thing. Arriving at the site also okay, blah 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 blah. I don't know. Oh, we got stone and knowledge that time. Interesting. Yeah, basically. This game's very cute though. I'm really enjoying it. And it's like I can sit and chat to people as well while playing this. I don't have to like pay full attention. Yeah, it's a wandering village. So our village is being built on top of this creature, and I have a horn so I can tell it to do different things. If it gets sick, there's a doctor, and I can also feed it with a trebuchet when it gets hungry. What's the map looking like actually? Busy with that one. Did we get rid of these two other places? We did. Bunch of resources, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna leave these for now. Just because they need to walk back. Oof. The food situation is looking a little bit hairy, but it should pick up once we start producing a bit more. He wagged his tail. He's very happy. He's a happy boy. I had to pull one of his back spikes out and he was not happy about that, but I think he got over it. Alright, I think I might just reduce the researches a little bit. Just so we can increase. Oof, there's people who are hungry. And berries? Berries are still 3 people. What's this? Oh no! God damn it. I have to whisper for 5 minutes now. In my best ASMR voice. I hope you're happy with yourself. Probably when Mel's better. Oh, was that thunder? Was that in-game? I don't think it was IRL. Small spore. Oh shit. Is that coming this way? Shit. Okay. This is fine, this is okay. Oi, it's a lot of hungry people. Thank you for the onigiri. I thought you'd be scraping a comb across the microphone and capturing the sound of the mouse sliding across the crumb-coated mousepad. Well, let me go get some cookies. Then I can put some crumbs on the mousepad, yeah? We have loads of food. Why are people starving? I'm so confused. Y'all ain't happy with the food. What the fuck? I'm so confused. Oh, I forgot. I didn't want to research this. No. Okay, I'm gonna fuck around, but you know, it's okay. Wastes a bit of time, but it's okay. It's fine. I just don't understand why the food is fine, guys. Why aren't you eating? Are they sick? There's 2 that are badly poisoned. We have no doctors currently. Shit. Shitty titties. Okay, that might be why people were starving, because they felt sick and they didn't want to eat. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. We'll get it. We'll sort it out. I'm gonna start feeding them instead of berry. We're gonna feed them pickled tomatoes instead. There's a face I remember, yep. It's gonna alternate. You're gonna have to get used to it. I don't understand. We have so much food. Why are they starving? Silly buggers. Hey! Chicken and macaroni, chillin' with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chillin' with the homies. You motherfucker! You did this on purpose. Chicken and macaroni, chillin' with the homies. Fuck you, you bitch. I know you did that on purpose. It's fucking hard, man. I can't believe you done this. Wow, what do you mean, wow? Do you know how fucking hard it is to do that song? It's high energy, man. I gotta do it with no energy. It's bullshit. I'm gonna limit raids. You have to have at least 2 people. And then if you have 2 people the next time, I'm gonna make it 3 people. And then 4 people. Because if you can be a little shit, I can too. Guys, do we go back into the desert? I don't have enough food to go back into the desert, to be honest. But people being sick kinda sucks. Oh shit, we had a thing. Nomads, let's go. Too healthy, too poisoned. Oi, 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 oi. We have plenty of housing at least.
Oh my god, thank goodness. The timer's up. Okay, we're back. The desert is rough. It is, yeah. It is very rough, my god. Alright. I can breathe again. What was that about? What about, emulator? What's she talking about? This guy's busy. Where's the other oak? What you doing, sir? Ma'am? Ma'am? The whispering? Oh, someone redeemed ASMR, which just means that I have to, like, whisper and be very quiet for 5 minutes. It's very difficult, as you can imagine. For a person who is as loud as I am. What else can we grow here? Oh.
Should we do some wheat? Yeah, let's do it. How many people can we get here? Wheat? No. You gonna call your mom? Oh my god. Say hi. For you, but also for me. Alternatively, sit there in silence. Okay, we're gonna leave our berry farm here. We may just move the... I think the Herbie one's actually fine where it is, to be fair. Thought I was gonna move it, but actually I don't think it's necessary. We have 52 people now. That's mad shit, yo. What are you complaining about? Bad housing quality? Suck my ass. How rude. I'm doing my best, man.
Guys, did we go back into the desert? It seems like a bad idea. We struggled last time we were there. Oh, are we gonna avoid this cloud? Hell yeah. Don't know about this one though. Ombu wags its tail. What a happy boy. You got Alhaitam! Oh my god. You're close to 50-50 for his sword. Oh my goodness. Congrats! I hope it goes well. I hope you get the boy. Bitches are living on a damn dragon and not in South Africa and they want to bitch about housing quality, right? I'm doing my best, man. I am trying. 75 out of 25 for his sword. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't think the... Do we really have a 50-50 for that, for the weapon banner? I don't think that's how the weapon banner works. Um... 50-50 twice and then guarantee? Yeah, that's true. Don't say that, I need hope. I mean, to be fair, that is how it works. Sorry to break it to you, man. I'm gonna not go into the desert this time, thank you. I might rebuild this simply to move it up a little bit. We're not too desperate for medicine at the moment, I think. There's supposedly people poisoned. Where are the doctors, though? Moving to pantry. Look at these lazy ass. Waiting for the doctor. Are you not the doctor? The doctors are dressed the same as the researchers, so I'm never sure. I think we need someone else to be a doctor. Less workers. More doctor. More chef. Not this one though. This one. Can I be the doctor? Hassan, there is one of these villages is in fact named Hassan. And for a little while they were the doctor. I just wouldn't know how to find them now. Oh, that's just people complaining about the housing quality. What a bunch of assholes. Many villagers died. No, we've had one die, and he only died because he went on a dangerous mission. So... I'm doing good, Hassan. How are you? Ombu seems unsure about which path to take. Oh, sorry buddy, I should have let you know. You just got home? You slept at your girlfriend's house? Oh my goodness. That's illegal. They're gonna send you to Jesus. Nomads. I wonder if they don't make it here by the time I get there, if I can just make the guys sleep. Let's do we have anyone? Man, look at these wheat guys. They're going crazy. Okay, we're gonna feed and we're gonna pet. Yes, it's illegal. Didn't you know? You guys want to see them get fed and then get pets? Okay, not the petting. The petting one's a little bit annoying. But we'll see if we can watch him get fed. We need another person. We just leave these stacks of sand everywhere. Fuck all of these roads, yo. But I think to save some time, I'm gonna put the food stand. I'm gonna put a food stand here, and maybe a food stand here. And one here. And maybe one here as well. I didn't have to make it nothing. It was already sus. It is sus, Hassan. Uh-oh. Is it sleepy time? Let's see. I kind of want this, though. The fuck is a mother tree? Blood extractor? Nay, bro. Ah, some of this technology just hurts him. I don't want any of that. You will not tap the Nunu, right? There's a lot of things where it's like, he'll lose trust in you, and I'm like, I don't need that technology then. Thank you very much. Actually, why did I do that? I need to do this one and then the follow-up one to make bread. You could never play this game? Yeah, no, I don't want to do those things. I'm not gonna do them. He's wagging his tail because he's a good boy. He's a happy boy. Did he eat yet? Or are we still waiting for people to feed him? Oh, there's the feeder. You guys are about to watch this guy launch a meatball into this thing's face. Nyum. They gonna install a sad scene? Definitely. That website, Does the Dog Die? Very good. Bad food variety? You have 2 different things to choose from. What the fuck? And I'm gonna be making bread soon as well. These people are so ungrateful. It's unbelievable, actually. It's on your bookmarks bar. Nice. GG's, Hassan. I was gonna ask what you did at your girlfriend's house, but I'm not sure I want the answer to that question, I'm not gonna lie. Claustrophobic people are perfectly alright with their brains being trapped inside their skull. Oh my god. Oh, someone brought back bread. Thank goodness. Maybe people will stop bitching. Because that is all they seem to do. Does that mean I'm within the range if I just sit and wait? How long are they gonna take though? The sun. Do you think if I make him sleep? Oh yeah? He's gonna do this. He is very tired, to be fair. 74% sleepy. 75. You guys get to see his toe beans wiggle. Look at the front toes. You gonna do a little stretchy? Oh. And he yawn, and then he go dudes. The moving dino is so cute. He is. There we go. All right, he's gonna sleep for a bit. I don't know if these guys are gonna be fast enough, but you know, it's fine. We've got a lot of sleeping to do. High toxicity, so we just need to keep an eye on things. Why do we have a sick person cooking? That seems like a bad idea. But also, what the fuck are these doctors doing, man? Oh, yeah. There we go. I'm posting it to Twitter right now. I may have posted it to Claustrophobics Anonymous on Facebook. How could you? We have so many of them herbs though. What are the doctors doing? We have 3 of them even. Is there just like a lot of toxicity? Is there shit anywhere? Oh, I also needed to build those food thingies, hey. What were they called? Food stands! I said one there. Maybe one here. One here. And one here. Just so everyone can eat. I'm gonna give him meds. I don't know, they might make it. Oh, they bought bread. How are people still complaining about food? How? Make it make sense. And also, why are these I have 3 guys here and they're taking so long. Hassan is used to high toxicity, that's why he plays League. Lol. Did you see the toe beans, llama? That was so cute. I can't. This game is adorable. They were amazing. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, those guys might make it to me in time. My sleepy bar is going down very slowly. But I think I can always make him sit down. If it comes to it. Many of your villagers are poisoned. I know, I'm trying my best, man. I have 3 doctors currently. 2 people making herbs. Cookies with soul jam. Noah. All I can say is enjoy that game. I fucking love that game. And you, where do you work? On the farm? Well, go then. What are you waiting for? Okay, they are curing people. I saw the number went down. Can I even send out more scavenging parties? Doesn't look like it. There's a stink cloud. A natural manageress? Oh, I need to put a person in here? What is happening to the berries, out of curiosity? I got 3 people working here, but they've got so few berries. I don't think I'm cooking anything with berries either. Oi, 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 oi. So, pardon? That's back up on me. Sorry, guys. My character is blushing? Yeah. Through the camera, it's been detected that I was blushing. Oh my god. I didn't know you needed people to man these, though. That kind of sucks. We'll man those as required. For a second, I thought you said your chair is blushing. I was like, what? I'm blushing so hard that my chair is blushing as well? Because, yeah, that sounds about right. Alright. Ompu wags his tail. You better not be waking up, sir. These guys are almost here. You still have some sleepiness to recover, so... Come on, guys. Today would be nice. And you? You sick. I'm sick and tired of your shit, though. Okay, we're down to 5 poisoned, so that's not too bad. But they are complaining about the housing situation, so... Okay, we're gonna... No more scavenging for a little bit. That guy's very sick. So hopefully he gets some help. Dark Enchantress cookie! Oh my god, the trauma. This game is so cute, right? Please tell me you started on Hollyberry. Spec? Did you get the sword? Yeah, you got Hollyberry? Alright. As soon as you can join a guild or add a friend or whatever, you can just pop me a message. Just let me know. Yes, nomads! Please. Oh, 2 healthy people. Hell yeah. You'll go die in a hole? Wait, what? Llama, what are you posting? Rude. Don't post your buttholes? Yeah, you posted 3 buttholes, man. You know we can't see the links. Link no worky here. Oh yeah, we have all these spare people laying around because of the guys roaming. You were trying to send it to Jargon, but you're high. Llama. Bless you, you gooby goober. Umbu wags his tail. What a good boy. Well, actually it says its tail. Not that you guys can see that, but you know, it's there, I promise. I just want to know why they aren't, like, filling all the plots. We have lots of water. So what could possibly be the issue? Also, do we have... Can we... Is that compost yet, or we need to make it into compost? Ah. I see. Oh shit, there's a thing. We should follow the melody. Okay, let's see what we get at the edge of the forest. Oh, wood and stone? I'll take that. Do we have any spare guys? What is this? Worker poisoned? What the heck? You posted it on Discord? What is it though? Is it safe for life? It's your 3 buttholes in HD? Oh my. There's literally 5 workers here. And they're like doing the minimum. I'm so confused. Hi, Amber! How are you? Oh! Bakery, yes. Do I have any more scavengers out? I don't. There we go. We off, little buddy. We're running on skeleton crew at the moment. Windmill. Alright, people should start feeling better soon. Because we're going for a walkies. Oh, we don't need this guy here for the moment. I don't understand. The berries are decreasing in quantity. Are they just eating it? I'm gonna destroy this actually. You're eating them? Come here so I can kick your ass. Maybe the berries are poisoning? I doubt it. It's like the most basic food that we've had from the beginning. You didn't send out free OnlyFans? It's a clip of you giggling for 30 seconds? No! I don't want to watch that! I have to live inside my own head. Also, Amber, I'm doing good. I'm having the most fun with this game. It is very cute. Very enjoyable. So there's a guy who runs back and forth with food for them. But it might be better if I had a road for him. So that he could move a bit faster. But not that away. Guess I gotta go around. Not that away either. There we go. Alright. Since we don't need the rest of that road. Or this one. These guys are whatevers. Yeah. This is a bit of a mess, but there we go. That will get built when it's built. It's going to Twitter? Oh my god. So many calories. Wait, what? Did you fire her son? The doctor? Nah. Oh, this is done. This is done. Perfect. So now we make flour. I guess all of these areas have their hardships. Oh, he pooped again! Yay! I have 40 dung. But then I need something to process that dung, right? Compost heap. Compost dung to create compost. Aha! There we go. And then we can just make a little road to here as well. So happy about poop. Yeah! This big old boy making stinky poops for us. I just don't know why people are whinging about the food variety and the house quality. Like, what do you want from me, people? Relax! Why so complain? I wanted to get rid of these, but honestly, they're very useful to have, all that spare water. But I want to move them because I don't like where they're sitting. If I destroy them, can I just rebuild them? I wonder. Will it hold the water in little buckets? This kind of sucks though. I wish I had like a... Because it wastes a lot of time. They have to go around like this. Actually, let me... Since this one's like not really full. Yanfei is the best Fei, by the way. Who's the other Fei, out of curiosity? Enjoy Din Dins! I had to BRB. I got ice cream from Ray. And he was telling me about something in GTA. Did anyone die while I was gone? Oh, he didn't stop to eat? Or did he? Oh man, you died. What the heck? Why you die, man? There's just a lot of plots that they aren't using and I don't know why. Because you're old? Oh my god. Yay, compost heap constructed. Rest in peace, Grandpa. There we go. Now we finally have someone making compost. I'm too scared to send my AR. You're 35, 36 looks like a big leap. Nah, you'll be fine. Well, this still hasn't been destroyed yet. It's been marked for destruction for ages now. Do we still have sick people? Nah, so we can actually reduce. Banish the lazy villagers? Yeah, I kinda want to. There's a bunch of slackers. The bakery's almost done, then I can make bread. Oh, we're at a crossroads? Oh. He accepts your command. Perfect. Because I'm not ready to go back into the desert just yet. Thank you very much. Lamen! We need to recover our herbs. We need to recover our medicines. You sound like Moses? Who? Why? Yeah, I ain't going back to that desert. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. We do not have like a lot of workers. We have a lot of people making food though. We have spare people even. Thing is, like, our food is not lasting very long. We need to produce like way more. I remember when we used to have lots of food. You weren't being nasty? No, I know you weren't. Queen of Parting Seas, what? Cheeks? That sea or a different sea? When Moses parted the Red Sea? Yeah, were you there? I must have missed it. The VOD is on YouTube if you missed it. Yeah. I mean, that sounds really good. So basically, if I'm guessing this has to be a... What is a mother tree, though? Oh, here's a mother tree. Oh my god. Okay. So basically, you get rid of all the other trees around it, and then you're just left with mother trees. Oh man, that sucks, because I've gotten rid of mother trees before. Damn it. Let's get rid of all these other bumbos, because these are all just normal trees. We'll see if we can get mother trees to spawn there. You know, if anyone's ever free again. Oh, the bakery. The bakery. So we can make bread. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. It's a G-Max raid. Shit, welcome. Hi, Raiders. How is your stream, Yoda? Guys, if you don't know Yoda, where have you been? That's all I'm gonna say. For those of you in chat, as I said, if you have not followed G-Max, please go do so. He's a wonderful streamer. Plays Pokemon, Genshin Impact, Persona, maybe some other games. I did the wrong shout out. Now who's high? This is why I have mods, because apparently I don't have a fucking brain. Goddamn. Okay, we finally got there. Hi-Fi Rush? Wait, what is this? What is a Hi-Fi Rush? Still you? Okay, Llama's high, not me. You got messages? No worries, man. I was just being silly. Very silly. I don't even know my own commands, apparently. I can't spell. Anyway. Welcome, if anyone's new here. My name is Natotato. I sometimes do VTuber, sometimes do FleshTuber. Just depends on the day of the week, really. Currently, I'm playing The Wandering Village. It is a very cute game. I'm enjoying it very much, and I have been playing it the entire day. I hope you guys had fun with Yoda. It's a rhythm combat game. Oh my god, for realsies? I need it. I don't, but I want it. FleshTuber is disgusting? What do you mean? You don't want to see my face?
What's poppin'?
Tiff!
Don't mind me just watching.
Thank you for the Lokis. I hope you're doing well. And this oak? There's just randomly food in there, so that's where he's eating from. Cool. Oh, the term? Yeah, it's because someone else said it to me, and I was like, okay, well that's disgusting. And I have used it since. Do we have another one? We don't. That's fine. So this one will give us the bread that the people want. So we've got grilled tomatoes, we've got beet soup, and we've got bread, and they're still gonna be ungrateful. Watch them. Bunch of assholes. But I think we're heading into the mountains now. So it's gonna get a little chilly. A little cold. Can someone break this? God damn. Thank you for the onigiris, Dan. Can the dinosaur climb mountains? I mean, it's a mountainous region, let's put it that way. What? How dare you? You should feel bad. Whoa. Crops don't grow at the current temperature. Oops. We can do beets and wheat. Oh, these are just gonna completely decompose. That's fine. Is it weird up for MC because the Animo burst gathers loot? You hate your teams without Kazuha? Oh man. As a person who doesn't really play with Animos, you can't relate. Drown the stream in onigiri? We did that already earlier. Oh, he got CPs. Night night. Look, you can see where the change is. He's basically at the edge between the two areas. Oh, sleepy boy. Tomatoes look really fussy. Have you seen any other dinosaurs? No, I don't think you can. I could be wrong, but I don't think you can. Also, it took him 3 hours to fall asleep. At 2 a.m., he laid down. At 5 a.m., he fell asleep. That's like me. Where are these guys? I feel like they're not even here. Oh, they maybe have to walk really far. Hey! What's going on here? Nah, that's all our people. Yeah, I don't think we need the doctor on duty anymore. Can make some food for the baby, perhaps. Her son can rest? Exactly. I'm unsure about the berries anymore, like... I don't know if it's still effective to make use of it. Oh! The boy's waking up! I've returned. Mama Puggy says hello! Is she doing okay? She and I both cut our hair around the same time. You as well, actually. We all cut our hair. Oh, thank you, Mao. Maybe not such a bad thing that I had all these extra boys, because by the looks of it, we need more water. That only uses one. That uses two, though. She good? She just chilling? Hell yeah. Especially with this fucking weather. Oh, people just straight up come to the bakery to eat? Nay, brew, there's a weird noise. Sounds like ass slapping is going on in there, but actually I think it's just them slapping the dough. Like the bread dough. But it definitely sounds like some ass slapping. Bing chillin'! I got Bing chillin'. That's fine. Bread dough sounds similar, yeah. Is that a euphemism? No, no, no. When I click on the... Could you hear it? They do be slapping that dough, though. Wonder if it's good to like to split the workforce like that. That way you get people who definitely do that one thing that they're supposed to do. He pooped. Hee hee. Okay, so I can use compost now. The only problem is I guess they have to get it from here. He's wagging his tail! He's a happy boy! Man, these things last forever. Oh, we've run out of tomatoes now. We can make beet soup. Lots of beet soup. Beet soup and bread because it's cold. They've kind of shut up about the shitty housing. Just every now and then there's someone who's like, oh, shitty housing. Oh, this guy's idle a lot of the time. But I think if he's not there when the thing poops, then, you know. Where are you going? Oh, is he gonna go bold? Okay, interesting. If you get enough poop, you can probably make shitty housing. Oh my god. That's what they deserve. Truly. One singular person cutting down this tree. I once collected 100 clams in a day. Man, I was so annoyed because I was supposed to go fishing with people in Animal Crossing and they just didn't pitch and I collected all those clams to use as bait for nothing. Sounds like South Africa. After a while you realize you're just wasting energy complaining. Yep. Exactly. Oh, they finally... Oh my god, they finally cleared this out. Holy shit. Yay! Just go straight through there, man. You know, I started building it very neatly, and then this part was just an absolute clusterfuck. But I might just, because I wanted to move this. I think now I can, actually. There you go, only harvest. He's using it as a lubricant? Nani? What the heck was I even talking about? Uh-oh. Lightly poisonous air. Let's go! Oh. You can walk again, buddy. We got out of the stanky air pretty quickly. GG's Hassan! See, now what I want to check... Like, I'm pretty sure you don't just lose the water. Could be very wrong, though. Oh wait, we don't actually need to be... Oh no, there's... Stinky, stinky stinks. Gotta get rid of the stinky stinks first. Because otherwise they make other things stinky. Oh, there's another one. And there's one in there. Okay, looks like we're taking care of it. Is there anywhere else? Moments of fun. I spent like an hour crying over the termination of the game I haven't played in like a year. What game was it? That's sad though. Fun fact, do you know everyone on Onbu is vegan right now? I mean, yeah, definitely. Because my people are eating currently beet soup and bread. So they're 100% vegan. It makes sense. It definitely makes sense. Just smoke bomb. Just do poof, disappear. Simply stop existing. Who's vegan? All of these people's vegan. They don't eat no animals. They're eating bread and beets. Oh, Love Live? I mean, I haven't played it in even longer. And it's closing, it's done. Oh man. RIP. It got overshadowed by Miku Miku Dance. Oh, it does leave the resources there. So I guess it just needs to get packed away by someone. Do we have spare people? No, we don't. Not for builders, at least. He wagged his tail! What a good baby! Baby's hungry, though. I haven't looked at the map in a while. Ah, we missed these guys. Can we go back? Is there a reverse command? Shit. I was not paying attention. Guys, I'm not ready to go into the desert yet. I don't think. So we're gonna go back into like a poisonish area, but I think we'll be fine. I just downloaded it again now. Aww, looking at all the shit I've collected over the last 9 years. Why am I so emotional over pixels? No, I totally get that. That is big sad though. Gonna have dinner now? Nice! Bacon and veg, stir fry. Garlic, lemon and herb. Chili, chutney and mustard. My goodness. That's a bomb. A bomb of flavor. Exploding in your mouth. Enjoy. I hope it's super tasty. Yeah, I don't have the water for whatever reason. I do not have the capacity for water. You also heading out, Llama? Take care. I'm gonna be so sad the day that Cookie Run goes. I'm gonna be so sad. Where is this guy? Do you wanna scooch your pooch, sir? Why I make corners when you're just gonna cut them? What is this? You know what? Maybe actually instead of putting this on the beets, let's put it here. Because I think this grows a little bit slower. I don't know. I want spiders? What the fuck? Oh, the boy is also hungry. I didn't realize. Does he have some food? Because the actual food looks very far away. You want spiders? You don't want spiders, Yoda? Feed the boy. Oh my god, we have 125 beet soups. Let's see if we can get some more berry production going. Whoa. Oh, because he was eating. Well done, I have taught you all that I know. I'm sure you're ready to lead us. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to consult Elder's notebooks. Oh my god. Guys, I finished the tutorial! Day 71. Stone roads? Villagers move even faster? Oh my god. That's a long-ass tutorial. It is. Okay, we're not doing this one. Ah, load shedding in an hour. Ombu. Can be used to make Ombu listen to commands. Hurts it? No. Oh no, I'm not doing any of these things. Nay, bro. If it hurts the baby, I am not interested. Huh. Okay, so I definitely need to get some more peepos doing this. So we can get some more knowledge again. Man, that stinky poisonous plant bullshit broke some of my roads. Nope. Nope. I just don't understand why they don't plant in all the plots. Only the wheat ones seem to get planted everywhere. Ooh! We just entered the jungle. This is fine. I think we can get rid of all of our researchers for now. Maybe put... Oh, we can take this guy off. Let's see. No party available? What? Oh, he has to walk there first? Okay, this is fine. Of course, the butthole. Nope, not that one. Okay. Where are these guys? Oh, going to fetch water. Fair enough. Yeah, actually, fair. I don't have, any builders at the moment. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. Well, I was just being dumb there. I just wanna give him some medicine. Maybe put some water boys down here. Where?
Jargon 1674 screamed. 100 biddies. Here have some Bezu bucks dollar.
Bezu bucks! Oh yeah! Thank you. What specifically makes them buys you bucks though? I think he's gonna stop to eat, so that's fine. $1? What do you mean? Because they belong in his pocket? Yeah? Okay. Fair. I can't argue with that. I mean, I could, but I'm not gonna. But thank you. Oh, he just pooped. Does this thing still collect? Oh, it does. Woo?
Dollar, 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 dollar.
Why do you say dollar, 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 dollar that time? What the heck, man? Oh, it's a different voice for the bits one. Well, that makes sense. Oh, we have some people getting sick now. What's the name of the thing that reads the biddies? Isn't the biddies one read by the sound alerts? I can't remember. What?
Jargon 1674 screamed. 100 biddies. Dollar.
It does have a name, but I don't remember what its name was. It's one that a lot of people use. Ooh, he's getting sleepy. Oh, he's laying down now. You can sleep. Yeah. I know it's a bit toxic, but I can give you some medicine. We'll take care of the people.
Jargon 1674 screamed. 100 biddies. Boots and caps and 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 boots and cats.
Hell yeah! Thank you, Jargon. Ooh! Sleepy! Is anybody here gonna buy this game out of interest? These people want my berries. Let me try again. Let me see what happens. Hey! High productivity triggered? Oh my god. Villagers have high morale due to a recent incident. Oh my god. Make all the food! Nice. Holy shit. That's cool. So that's what happens when it actually works. You yawned at the same time? Oh my goodness. Yawns are contagious. Uh-oh. 2 people got poisoned. Poisoned nomads. Oh, rip. It does look fun and interesting, but I haven't really gotten into settlement builders. Really? This one in particular is like very laid back, very relaxing. Many of your villagers, oh my, villagers are poisoned. I know, the boy is sleeping. Let him rest. What I might actually do is build a couple air wells down here as well. Well. Because yeah, the back and forth, like running all the way up here for water is a little bit crazy. Villagers. Fortnite has building? That's a cool story. Actually, hold on. I can do like this and just do like this and then I go do something else. If I leave it locked. You've been playing Craftopia a bit? Ah. Has Fortnite-esque building? Really? I don't know that game, to be fair. Bad food variety? Shut up. Oh wait, we're already making beet soup. We should continue making berry muesli. Oh wait, can we grow... We have way too many beets. We can grow tomatoes again. Thank you for the head pats. It's a G-Max raid! Welcome, Cupcake. Lol. That's funny. That slap noise is so good. You can build ramps into the sky? Oh my goodness. Interesting. Not gonna lie. Alright, we needed knowledge. Oof. We do have doctors, right? Yeah, we got 3. It's Sentient Studio today! Oh shit! I wonder if it's better to just have them all set as general workers, like... Because I have a lot of people apparently just standing around. Both thumbs up their asses. He may be a bit busy at the moment. Is he streaming? I need to keep an eye on the time because I'm getting load shedded at 8. Shedded. Even though these like foresty areas kind of suck for like the poison, it's really good for planting. Fuck, man. You can neither confirm nor deny. You hate this load shedding? Same, Hassan. It really sucks because I still haven't been able to plan anything for my 2nd anniversary. And now we're going back to stage 6 and I'm just like, okay. It's very like, I feel very defeated. And like, I feel sad every day doing like such a short stream. Which is like such a dumb thing to complain
To
about.
all the Beppo friends, because it's one of those days and why not spread positivity. Thank you to this amazing community for making M days better and for being the amazing peeps you are. Thank you Nat for creating this space, and to all the mods for keeping it a vibe going. Ag Throla, Maxio1 Bongo.
Nay, bro, you're gonna make me cry. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it so much. There's a lot of people who lurk. Y'all know we appreciate the lurkers, right? But like, I don't know if we say it often enough. I know I have that like automated message, but if you're here and you're lurking, just know we appreciate you. Oh, the storages are full for the beats. Okay, hold on. Wasn't there there was this guy. You need iron though. Oh, I did make a furnace. Oh shit. Okay, okay. Yeah, why not put this next to the water sources? Oh! G-Max, yo bongo. What? G-Max is a bongo? Like the deer jargon? Do you know what a bongo is? The deer? No secret, this is my favorite place on the internet. Holy shit, of all the places. You didn't know Blanco was a deer? They are. They're very cute. They're very sweet babies. You can pet them and stuff. They definitely won't try and maul you. I don't want to make anything that's gonna hurt it. Do you use their hide to make drums? You mean the bongo drums? Oh my god, I hope that's not where they got their name from. Oh no. Okay. Hey yo! Let's go, let's go! How's the poison doing? Oh geez, a lot of people actually. I think it's time to wake up, buddy. I know you've been sleeping here for a long time. But we can go find a nicer spot to nap, yeah? Sorry. Sorry, buddy. Even you're not feeling 100%. We gotta get out of here. The poison level should go down. When standing. Should go down to low. There we go. The doctors are kind of struggling. Bongo drum is drum drum? Wait, bongo means drum? Oh my god. But a bongo is also like a chai tea, exactly. A bongo is also an animal. They're very pretty, actually. Bulbasaur is part of the a death metal band. Man has that super fast double kick. Oh man. Just a little goth Bulbasaur. It's instead of a little bulb, it's actually like a Venus flytrap on the back. I just have boxes of sand everywhere because I've never had to use them. Moving to bakery. Okay, Mans is hungry. Oh, is he carrying iron? I don't understand the berry situation, honestly. The time has come for me to start getting ready for bed. Thank you for chilling with us, Puggy. Have a lovely day tomorrow. The weekend is close. We can almost taste it. Take care and sweet dreams. Jogo, do you know how to pronounce this word? I mean, that's probably one of the easier ones you could have given him. Oh my god, I need 5 of these and it takes so damn long. You! No poopers? You gave it to him? He typed it out. Oh. 30 minutes. Yes, I have 30 minutes. Sag. I still need to show you guys the pictures from the Kruger. Shall we do that tomorrow, maybe? When am I streaming tomorrow? Because of stage 6, it's like really difficult. I might have to do a really short stream again tomorrow, guys, because we're in stage 6. Post in Discord? I can't post in Discord. There's so many photos. There are so many. Hey! Dan, thank you. But you want to see as well? You could always watch the VOD. You know, my VODs stay up for a long time. Also, we should definitely be petting the boy a lot more. Ah. Just this thing's still going. Hi, Pocahontas! We have 3 now. And this guy? Oh, waiting for the doctor? Yeah, shame. There was a lot of sick people. Looks like they got through most of them, though. Oops, no. I think we might go this way. We need that knowledge because we haven't been able to do research in ages now. So one of the problems I'm facing is that I don't have someone to move the water out of these into the water tanks. And I don't know what to do about that. Because I don't think we're building anything at the moment. So what are these guys doing? Carriers. Carriers. Harvesters. Does that mean they'll start actually like carrying the water out of here and go put it away? Or does that mean they have to harvest it? I don't know. Don't know if I want carriers or harvesters, I'm not gonna lie. Hey, we have 5 now, okay. What was that other thing I wanted to build? Ah, this boy. Whew. Do we have any space for this thing? I think we can put it down here because the other ones are at the top, so... I'm not going to get rid of those little ones, but we'll have this one at the bottom as well. You gonna start One Piece? Oh, hell yeah! Also, yes, it is a mini village, but it's a mini village on top of like a dinosaur. Man spends 23,000 on lifelike wolf costume to no longer look human. Oh, man, that is a lot of money. Have you set aside a year for this journey? Yeah, you're gonna need it. I spent years watching One Piece when I was in university. God damn. And I'm only at like 600-ish. I need to start it up again, actually. Let's put another kitchen in here. We'll just have to divide our chefs. You'll never start One Piece, too many episodes. It's so fucking good though. God damn. Truly, it's really good. It's okay. I mean, that's fair. You'll update us next year. I saw this troll reel on Insta. It was like animes you can finish in a weekend. It was like Naruto, One Piece. Oh, of course. I've been seeing a lot of those, but like serious ones. Where they actually give you one. But they'll give you ones that are like 24 episodes. I'm like, bro, no. Unless you do nothing else the entire weekend. No. Stop it. Yamete kura, stop. Nabibbles, hello, and thank you for the onigiris. Gang gang. Why are we gang ganging? Oh, maybe that's why the berries take so long. Because they have to take it to the thing? Hmm. Maybe I need to try and let the berries grow here. And see how that goes. Because yeah, this walking back and forth is not working. Because at least the medicine stuff goes to the doctor, which is here. The wheat goes here. This stuff all goes here. I think I need to let the berries grow here instead. Because yeah, I thought this was a nice spot. And technically it is, but it's very fucking far. I can't watch anime or play games anymore. Yeah? Because you play League, man. That's your problem. You playing League. Oh wait, we don't have builders, do we? Oops. Nope. There we go. We'll have some people to actually build now. They brought back 18 bread. Nice. Okay, only 2 poisoned. Oh, we're gonna run out of tomatoes again. Because it's gonna get cold. That's fine. League is not a game, it's a virus. Okay, some people have been moving the water into the tanks. That's nice. Oh, there's a bunch of berry bushes there. That's cute. We'll keep 1 doctor on. And 2 people there. Oh shit. Yeah, boy. 1 healthy and 2 poisoned. God damn it. It's fine. We have 1 doctor on duty. He should be able to take care of them. Maybe 1 of these. You did a dumb. You bought a pod instead of disposables. What does that mean? That's a lot of money to not get a hug from me. Wait, what? It's better than 26 in 2 days. I mean, that's true. Oh, so it's something that you can keep using? But you made coffee pots. No, Joggin, if you had coffee, Joggin would talk to you. But it has to be iced coffee, I think. We're gonna sleep here. Yeah? It's gonna be a bit of a long sleep because it's not a very comfy spot. You wagging your tail, buddy? The reason why I wanted to go is because before we get to the cold area, I want to get a bit more, some more tomatoes growing. Actually, we're gonna need more doctors then, to be fair. Yes! Sleepy! Sleepy boy. Oh, do I only have 1 expedition? I do, that's fine. I don't know if there was any point to these buildings, not gonna lie. Wait, what? You gotta do cupcake. Cupcake looks dirty. Oh, kitchen constructed. Hell yeah. So, here... Okay, we make beet soup, we make berry muesli, and here we can make the grilled tomatoes. Tasty. This boy is also constructed now, so we can put some things in there. 'They brought back bread, hell yeah. "15 minutes. Yeah. I have to end before 8 though, because you know my PC does that thing where it reboots. I thought about getting a UPS, but I think it's a bit spicy pricey for me at the moment. But it's something I can look at getting in the future. Oh. Ooh, after traveling down into the mine shafts, the party enters a huge industrial hall. All rusty pieces of plate armor that must have fit huge creature like Ombu are laying around.
A man went to visit the doctor for a checkup. The doctor comes back
Oh,
into
no.
the room with a sad look on his face and says, "I have bad news. You don't have long to live." The patient says, "How long?" The doctor says, 10. The patient says, 10 what? The doctor says, 9, 8, 7.
Oh no. Okay, so there's armor pieces. I said the rusty pieces are worthless. Let's scout for rare resources. I don't know what that could mean. One worker died? Oh no! A golden object on a stand. Mechanical noise fills the room. It was a trapdoor. Rip. Sorry, buddy. Well, there's one less idle person now. So, you know. Brian can't tell jokes. He can. One less problem. Exactly. January is basically over? Yeah, actually. Today's the last day, right? Yeah, it's the 31st today. Shit, man. Fucking finally.
Gmaxio 1 wobble, Gmaxio 1 wobble, Gmaxio 1 wobble.
Nice, Yoda.
Jargon1674 screamed. 100 biddies. Maxio 1 wobble. Maxio 1 wobble. Maxio 1 wobble.
Why did it post so funny? Thank you for the biddies as well. What happened there? You put an extra G in? The one just says Max Yo. What the it just broke? Like when I mouse over it, it says G Max Yo 1 wobble, but then the second one just says Max Yo 1 wobble. Wait, it shows correctly on stream. But it looks right on it looks wrong on my other chat. I don't know which version you guys are seeing, but that's fucking funny that it's broken as hell. Okay. Oops. Oh, I forgot you can pause. Oh my god. There's only 7 people poisoned so far. Maxio. She read it weird? She did, yeah. Demaxio. Demaxio. I think she says the G. She just says it very strangely. We're going into the cold, so I think beets. Beets and bread, basically. I don't know if we can do corn in the cold. No. Beets and wheats. Why did you look dirty? Because he asked for a dirty look. Oh, because you smoke? Is that really the reason? Day 80! 2 got poisoned during... Whoops. Oh. Okay, I think it's Epi's time. Let's go, buddy. We also need to give you some med psalms. And we should probably pet as well. To make you happy, boy. His blood pressure is just shooting up. 10 minutes! Yeah. I need to check. You guys can watch. Hold on, let me zoom out a bit. So you can watch the boy walking. Because we're gonna walk into the snowy bit now. There's a bunch of tomatoes that still need to be picked, but that's okay. Hopefully we have enough time to get everything. You guys can watch the boy trot along. Watching the boy. The boy! I'm gonna go look for somebody to raid. Whoa! Thank you for the onigiris. Genshin Impact. Alright, I know where we're gonna go for raid. Where? Onigiri attack! Ah! How many of the tomatoes did we manage to save? So I think these things all, like, they grow, but not very well. Cupcake is a good friend. Defo. We all know this, though. Oh, it's full. Oh, he's showing you all the clips that you missed? Nice. Alright, guys. You know how bad my timing is with things. There's a thunderstorm. I wonder if we'll miss it. Anyway. You guys know how bad I am with timing things, so I'm gonna start saying goodbye now. Before we fuck it up. I should be streaming tomorrow, but it might be a really short stream, unfortunately. Let's see. Wednesday. I might go from 9 until 1 again. I think that might be what I do. From 9 PM until 1 AM. I'll be playing Genshin, of course. So if you're around for boss kills, we'll be doing that tomorrow. But if you need help another time, just let me know. Cupcake is alright at best. Jalkin. I love you too, Pocahontas. You sweet beam. Bye 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 bye. Super friend? Is that better than a best friend? Is that like the rank up from best friend? Alright, guys, let me set up the raid. Because yeah, otherwise my power... You guys know how bad I am with this shit, so I need to make sure that I do everything proper, you know? Quick, fast. But yes, everyone please take care. We're gonna go to Jinxie. We've been there before. She plays like a lot of scary games. She's currently playing In Sound Mind. I don't know what this is, but she's adorable. I love her. So yes, we're gonna go give all our love to her. Be good, everyone. I'll send you some Bing chillin'. Thank you. You take care as well, Kid Thor. Is she VTubing? She is, but she's using like a small one today. It looks like it's being choked or something. I have no idea. She's very cute though. Either way. So yes, you know the drill. All the love in your hearts. It goes into the raid message. Right? And then you're gonna throw it at her. Because our love is violent. Alright. Be good, everyone. Go stretch your legs. Go eat something. Go drink something. Go sleep. Go do whatever you need to do. But we're also gonna go give love to Jinxie. Alrighties. See you tomorrow. Bye bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Bye 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 bye. We're just gonna sit here for a bit and watch the boy before we go. Because he's cute. Bye Dan. Bye Joggin. Bye Yoda. Bye Kid Thor. Bye Pocahontas. Bye Cupcake. Bye all the lurky peoples. Hope you guys had fun today. Okay, bye 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 bye. We gon' go. Maxio 1 wobble says Maxio wobble. Oh my god. Alright, bye guys. Bye for real this time.